was very recently in your city and very near to your school, in fact, as well, which was I was at the Shamla Hills. So
we are based at Shamla Hills. Where were you at Shamla Hills?
I had gone to the Ivy Suites.
Okay, well, that's right next to where we are. My family basically manage my relatives look after the Januma. And the school, like as you turn right and go to Pramod's, there's a gate in front, so that's where we live. And the school is right in front, so that's
correct. No,
the next time you're there, please give us
surely. I will bother you.
Yeah, please do that. Okay.
Sanjeev ji aa gaye hain. Chali, very nice. Good to see you all, everyone. So I think I can also see Mrs. Murthy is also there. Very nice. Good to see you, Mrs. Murthy. Madhulika ji is also there. So, you know, there are a few things I have also learned in the past 24 hours, which is that we'll have to avoid Hindi for a while because there are a lot of people who are from other geographies as well, right? So I got a feedback yesterday that few deliberations were very colloquial and they were very for Indian audience, if I may say, right? So having said this, we'll try to avoid the temptation of speaking English or Hindi, if I may say, because usually you are best expressing your expression when you talk your own language, if I may say. So, so having said this, we'll avoid that. But good. So we still have 7 minutes, and I believe Stephen is already with us. Yeah, Dr. Stephen.
Yes. Hello.
Good to have you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Very nice. What time is it in Sydney right now?
Almost 4:30.
4:30 p.m. Good to have you, sir. In fact,
no, I'm hoping to share my screen to be able to talk to a PowerPoint for part of my presentation.
I'll enable. Now, what I can do for you is I'll make you the co-host, Dr. Stephen. So actually, you can very well do it at your end. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so before we kickstart this, a couple quick observations and possibly if we may lay down a few ground rules, if I may say. It's a Sunday, but then for the past 90 days, every day has been a Sunday. So there's nothing new about it. As I keep saying, there's no new to the new normal, if I may say, right? So having said this, what we'll try to do is we'll try to wind up a little earlier. So I personally feel we got a little elongated in terms of our deliberation yesterday. We lasted till 7:30. We should have ideally started by 6:37. Number two is obviously I did mention that let's try to communicate our points as one language, which is English. Possibly that's the best way of doing it. Another observation from my own understanding, and this is purely my understanding from yesterday's session, is that given we have this beauty of people from various geographies with us, I think it will be only fair if we really try to bring in a global perspective to our discussions largely. So I know we are hosting this from India. I know we all are largely thinking on our feet with respect to being Indian, all that, but it's my only request, as I say, because I feel it will only help the participants from not just gaining from their experience from outside. So example, Dr. Stephen will I will personally look forward to his global perspective, working not only just in Australia, but he's been working very elaboratively in major part of Europe, in fact. So his European experience, his experience in if I may say, Australian subcontinent for that matter, will be a fairly global perspective. That is the key, or that is the real, if I may say, modus operandi, which should be our takeaway from here on. Largely. Number three, as I said, we felt that if the example, hold on, just a hold on.
So మన వీడియో ఆడియో ఉండదు కాబట్టి అది అక్కడ ఆన్ చేసుకొని ఏదైనా పని చేసుకోవచ్చు.
Now the moment it goes from English to Hindi and then Hindi to Telugu or Canada, so imagine what will happen to the guy joining from Nigeria, right? So understand that he'll so never mind, but these things happened on an online scenario, so we'll have to take that in our stride. as I mentioned, we will try to bring in a global perspective to every deliberation of ours so that there is a definite takeaway. That's the major point when we can talk about. Obviously, there are a few very obvious examples which we can take from our context. Obviously, we'll have to drive it from our own context. But I think one more thing which I would like to say before we quickly start this, and I will in fact hand it over to Mrs. Murthy, which is that after this is done, which is today's wrap-up example, our 2 days of learning, we would like to come back to you, if I may say, with respect to a roadmap, to how do we take these collaborations, or if I may say, exchange programs, not just at the Indian level, which we have already been doing at IPN India, but we actually now intend to go outside in the realist sense, if I may say. So I will in fact take Dr. Stevens, Mrs. Murthy's help because they've been working on the global front largely. And more than that, I'm very happy to open this to all of you. So I'm making this as a if I may say, outline to all of us that if you have some idea which you would like to share with me, I'm absolutely willing to hear from all of you largely. And please do not hesitate in reaching out to me in any form. I'll obviously am pretty much accessible, if I may say, or through online in either way. But my real idea is that these 2 days should actually pave the path for the real learnings at the global level, and not just facilitated by IPN, possibly by multiple other organizations. I have no problem about that. But the real thing is that since we have embarked on a global learning, it should not stop it after 2 days of summit. This should just be the beginning of the better things to come to us. I will now quickly bring in Dr. Murthy. Dr. Murthy, welcome once again. Thank you for joining in. Hold on, I'll just unmute you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Gaurav, for asking me to start the day 2. Welcome, Dr. Stephen Harris. I see you again after nearly 8 years. What a pleasure it is to have you give the keynote this afternoon, that too on the day 2 of the IPN Voyage. I must sincerely thank you for accepting my request to address the school leaders gathering, the Confluence, that Gaurav has initiated some time back. So to all the school leaders in this audience, I'd like to introduce Dr. Stephen Harris, because it's my honor, my privilege that I met him before, and I have all the rights to introduce him. Right, Dr. Stephen? Okay. So
Hold on. You can just unmute yourself. Yeah.
I did. Yeah. So can you hear me, Gaurav?
Yeah. You're very much audible.
All right. So Stephen is the co-founder and director of Learning at Learn Life, Barcelona. He lives in 2 countries, Spain and Australia, both in different parts of the globe, which speaks about how much he travels. His project, Learn Life, is our dream school project. And I'm sure everybody has a dream to have a school as a project and to build innovation into it. But here is someone who really made his dreams come true through 2 different innovations that I've seen that he has done. Learn Life Barcelona is a lighthouse hub. It's a pioneer space for lifelong learning. Stephen was a principal of Northern Beaches Christian School for about 18 years till 2017. It was in 2012 when I read about his great work that a school can evolve as a research center. That very same school has become Sydney Center for Innovation in Learning. My boss was so encouraging that he asked me to take that long flight from Hyderabad to Sydney just to see what is it that a school can do to become a research center. What I saw for a week there, what I learned under Stephen Harris and Ann Knock there is something that we still do in our school here, in all the 4 schools that we have now. So what is it that really caught my attention in the innovation that Stephen Harris has done? Innovative learning spaces. For me, it was mind-boggling. While technology is something state of art, it's the physical spaces that they build to accommodate 3 different types of learning. If you see in the heritage of education, there are 3 different types of spaces that we learn. One is, we call it the sacred learning spaces. One is the cave time, where, we do our own individual learning. The second one is watering hole, where we sit together with people, have group discussions and learn. And the third one is campfire. What is a campfire? Where a teacher stokes the fire and the children take warmth from the class. I have seen all these 3 sacred learning spaces happen in Sydney Center for Innovative Learning through technology and through physical spaces. And that's exactly what I brought back to my school back then. So when Gaurav asked, I want fantastic speakers who can give us great ideas. The first person who came to my mind, Stephen, is you. I know when you got the award as the best principal, Australian secondary principal in 2017, people like me were more proud of you than you yourself while taking that award, because you are someone who made your dreams, your ambitions, your aspirations, your ideas come true. So today in your keynote, I'm looking forward to hear that statement of yours. Schools must embrace a new paradigm and move away from what was once thought of as school. And you have shown that already. And I don't know when I'm going to come to Spain to see Learn Life, but I have enough work to do from what I have seen in Sydney Center for Innovation and Learning. Stephen, over to you, because after your talk, I wish to speak to you again. Over to you now. Welcome to the IPN Voyage.
Okay. Thank you very much for your introduction. That was very kind. It's, I guess, it's a special privilege for me to speak today to the group, the IPN group, because I've had a couple of friends in India who have been hassling me for many, many years to drop off on the way from Sydney to Spain and say, just land somewhere in India and come and visit. So I can say at least I've done a virtual visit, and I know that at some stage there'll be a physical visit coming through. So for me, this is actually a wonderful opportunity to, I guess, to meet more people and to start to understand the Indian context a little bit more. I thoroughly enjoyed yesterday's conversation because it was both global and local. I could hear things that were happening in India, and I could also hear things that were happening around the world. And I've been in a situation where I've been very privileged to speak and to see firsthand schools probably in over 45 countries, if I take the last 20 years together. And back in 2005, I was awarded a travel scholarship from a university in Sydney to have a look at the use of online learning in Northern Hemisphere or Scandinavian and Canadian schools. And that for me is an interesting thing, because that's 15 years ago. And so this whole business of online and blended learning is not something new. And I guess for me, it was all part of that journey. What I am going to do today is to share a screen, and I have sent the presentation through to Gaurav, and hopefully you can everyone can have a copy of it later on. I'm quite happy for that to happen as well. And so I will talk to the presentation, but I'll also stop. One of the things that you'll have to appreciate about me is I have an abstract random brain, and I can get sidetracked very, very easily going through. I've set myself a stopwatch to make sure that I've got time for some Q&A afterwards going through, but I'll share my screen now. Okay. Are people able to see that screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, yeah, a great topic: leading sustainable change into the new normal. And I guess for me, it's a passionate area for 2 reasons. Or 3 reasons. It's capturing the leadership process. It's also capturing the change process, and it's also recognizing that we're in a voyage of history at the moment, and we're not quite sure where that one's going to finish up. Just have to get myself organised here. There we are. Okay, so as just introduced, I've actually been in schools directly for over 40 years, which was quite ironic because as a student, I didn't like school at all. In fact, I finished up across 3 countries because of my family's movements, and went to about 6 different schools. And I can recall that the most exciting year of schooling for me was when I was 11, and I was living in New Zealand at the time because I'm born in New Zealand, and we were going to England for a year's change. My father was a university professor, and it was a sabbatical year, and I was enrolled in the New Zealand Correspondence Distance School. Now, for me, that was wonderful because I didn't actually have to put up with teachers, and I was able to do the entire year's work on the ship going over to England and then take the rest of the year off. So that year was all about exploring castles, exploring history, exploring the world, and not having to worry about the work because it was done and I just had to send it off at regular breaks. So that for me, I think probably was the start of my my rebellious thinking about changing schools. As mentioned, I currently work for a project which is based in Barcelona. During the pandemic, I came back to Sydney, and I'm based here for a while. I'll be going back to Spain when the flights and things have settled down going through. But it's also been a great opportunity for me to experience remote working, which I think is going to become a far bigger part of the new normal as we move forward as well. If you are interested, there are a number of videos on the learnlife.com website there, and I will send through a couple of links afterwards to both the Northern Beaches Christian School in Sydney, the Sydney Centre for Innovation and Learning, and also some of the video links to do with Learn Life. They're just short ones. For me, leadership is all about questions, and my new role in Learn Life in Spain in the last couple of years since finishing my PhD has all been about questions. And I guess it's been the perfect opportunity. I was actually asked to write down, codify what I thought would be a map towards a new learning paradigm. And I did stress to the group who were organising our dream school at the time and said, well, there's no textbook for change. You know, you don't pick up something and follow 20 different things and say this is what's going to happen. I said, but I can talk about what you have to do to prepare for change and what you have to do when you implement change and how you support change. So again, if you are interested in more depth in some of the ideas that I'll talk about now, you can go on to that learnlife.com website and under the learning paradigm, and all of the information that we've been developing together is there. And the intention is to make that a freely available resource for anyone in the world. So, but for me, the big gap in schools is the preparation phase, that people have often got an idea and they will move into that, which is absolutely fine. But it's important to not forget that preparation phase as well. And I'll talk about that. So that part of my job in the last 2 years has been to create the documentation and to train the people in the Barcelona project around these different elements of the paradigm. And as I said, we've got 21 all written up now, and you can actually access those from that website. For me, I guess this quote, which I wrote a number of years ago, is pretty critical. If we, in our position as school leaders, as educators, aren't prepared to initiate significant transformation now in order to best meet current known contexts, and this was written before the pandemic, then we have already failed the next generation and those to come. And I think I don't say that lightly, because we hold a responsibility now as the ones who understand education and the flaws in the education models, and we can actually observe our political systems and our society, is that we're the ones that actually have to create that momentum for change. I love the fact that yesterday the quote from Alvin Toffler was mentioned multiple times: learn, unlearn and relearn. With Learn Life, we've actually created a series of webinar talks this year using the relearn there. I think it's for me, we're past the unlearning time, we're into the relearning time, and it was great to actually hear that. I thought I'd capture some of the dialogue from yesterday because it was a really interesting day. And for me, what came out of that from the different speakers is that we are in a time of transition. We're moving from something to something, and it's a process going through. So that I've just captured some of the conversations from yesterday. We're moving from content to concepts, from being trained as second-class robots to being first-class humans. I like that one. The focus as teachers is now moving from delivery into the design of learning. We're also having to move from a management and control mindset to a curiosity and empowerment mindset. We're also moving from a largely face-to-face context into a blended and online world. We're moving from standardized education and schooling to a more personal model. We're moving from being risk averse to being risk taking. We're hoping that we can shift the inequity towards more equity. We're moving away from right and wrong to the idea of positives and pitfalls. We're moving from answers to questions, and we're moving from individual to team. I thought I'd capture some of that dialogue, and then also some of the quotes from yesterday, that children learn best on their feet, not from their seat. I think some of these, they're actually incredibly important, and the reason why I put them into the conversation today is that we want, if we want teachers to get the simplicity of what they have to do in terms of making a pedagogic shift, they need to really understand some of these clever little statements. The idea that we're shifting from being consumers to creators, and again, the two images I found there sort of suggest the difference between the teacher out the front, even with technology and digital learning occurring, through to a more creative mode where we're working together in collaborative teams. And the future of learning is deep, and it is digital, and I think that we don't need to worry about that as we go through. I know that I was quite surprised to hear that some areas in India had banned online learning during the pandemic, but they're not alone in the world in people worrying about mobile phones and worrying about screen time and all of those things. I think one of the best pieces of advice I read in late March was from a teacher who'd been in China, in Wuhan, and she'd already been in lockdown for 8 weeks, and she just said, parents, just let go of the screen time angst at the moment and worry about that after the pandemic, because it's just, you're not going to be able to solve that one in the short term, which I thought was very, very good advice. I also like that statement that was made about education for life and education for livelihood, because what we should be doing now, foremost in our thinking for everything, is that we have to create lifelong learning capacity in people. So that needs to be part of the big picture. So we're talking today about some of the strategies for leading sustainable change as we move forward. The phrase new normal, which we've been using for this talk topic and during the Confluence, is a very relevant phrase. I know that Will Richardson from New Jersey in the United States, he would claim that there's no new normal, it's now no normal. And I guess given the fact that the world is emerging out of the pandemic in very, very different circumstances, what we're experiencing in Australia and New Zealand is very different from what's happening in India. It's very different from what's happening in Europe, and America and South America is a different question as well. It's very, very different experiences. And I've seen images from some architects in the US, which, drawing up the little X's on the floor of a classroom so that you can fit 15 kids in, and they've all got to be facing the same way, and they've got to be watching the teacher at the front. The reality, I think, more than ever, is that we're going to be scattered, so that there's going to be no normal across the world. That we'll all experience a new normal, but it will be quite different. Pablo Picasso made this comment that action is the foundational key to all success. So I guess I want to encourage people today, and as a result of this weekend's Confluence, to be thinking about what's the action that they take tomorrow. What's that next step that they have to be thinking about, because it will be too late if we don't going through. When we're thinking about leading sustainable change, as educators and leaders, we have to be thinking in multiple timeframes. That what we do now is important because it's going to be relevant to the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months. But what we're doing now is also going to be relevant to the next 5 years. It will be relevant to the next 5 years after that. And if we really want to sort of change the opportunities for the new generation of kids coming to school now, then we have to be recognising all of these timeframes together. Now, the interesting thing is that, you know, a 5-year-old who's starting school in 2020 is unlikely to be going into the workforce until 2040. And when we think about that, we can't possibly try and describe what they're going to need. So that that concept of preparing a new generation for the skills that they're going to need and the human character and qualities is absolutely imperative. So it's time to ask some pretty hard questions about time. And you know, there will be a strong impulse. It's happening in Australia already to sort of, you know, the kids want to go back to where they were, and that's totally understandable, and I would support that 100% in terms of the social aspects of a school community. But this is the time for us to be asking the question about how do we use time? You know, have we wasted time? Has the entire time tailoring process of traditional schools actually created an enormous waste of time over centuries going through? The answer is probably yes. Are there answers? Are there connections between ongoing online learning programs and freeing up time? Well, I think the answer there is probably yes. And I'll make mention at the end that I'm leading a seminar or a webinar this Tuesday that people are totally welcome to join in if they wish to. It's a free one. That's going to be looking at how might we reconsider the time and the logistics of a school week if we truly take wellness and well-being as the starting point for decision making. So that's another whole topic, and if you are interested in that, you'd be very, very welcome to join in that webinar coming up on Tuesday. But it's the time now for deep conversations, and the question is, you know, every school will have slightly different questions. The important thing now is that people are starting to write down the questions and to start categorizing them and clumping them so that you can start tackling some of the different questions. And the big, you know, immediate question for many places would be, could online options be included into the future? Well, the answer has to be yes to that one, because we have no idea whether we're going to get thrown back into remote learning at any given time as well. So how do we optimize learning, and how do we hold these deep conversations? I guess my encouragement there is that we need to be thinking about teams, and in this little matrix here, the fact that when you've got a team with vision, that's when transformation can happen. So we're going to focus on vision in what we're doing. But I guess when we start off with that notion of a team, who is in your team? And this is a critical one. It's not just the people who've been employed into the leadership positions in the school. The team could be far broader than that. And what is the DNA of your team? You know, is it positive? Is it toxic? Can you describe it? Can people are people seeing problems in the team approach going through? And so I guess as we're looking forward to moving forward into this new normal, it's actually really, really important for teams to have a collaboration agreement, that there are statements to describe how a team works together, because team is everything. And ironically, the solo teachers of the world have been asked to unlearn and to relearn their capacity as collaborative team members to help the communities move forward. And if they've never actually experienced that in a deep way themselves, that will be a challenge. As teams are created, I've written there that the preferencing of people with the same DNA over experience is absolutely pretty important as well. And I'm going to touch more on teams in a little while. Talk yesterday was about the mood of a school as well, and I guess I'm rephrasing that as culture. And kids come into the school with all sorts of culture. They'll come up with their family culture, their regional culture, their local culture, their spiritual culture, their shopping culture, the TV culture, the mobile phone culture, or sporting culture. It could be anything coming through. What a school has to do is to shape a strong culture of learning. And that's not something that can be left to random chance. It needs a strategy, and it needs everyone working totally aligned to move forward. This is a little diagram here again. The importance of culture can't be underplayed when we're talking about making change in a community, because so attention has to be paid to what is the current culture. Does it need to be shaped? Do the kids inherently think about learning when they come in to the school grounds going through? And it's now the time for even more uncomfortable conversations about how reliant are the kids on teachers delivering content and curriculum to them. I know that I've worked in Rwanda for the last 10 years for about 1 month of every year as well on different projects. And I guess it's with sadness that I watched them have to close down their school system back in March and not really replace it with anything, because 90% of the country doesn't have access to anything to do with online learning. But then I thought to myself, you actually don't need technology to move forward. What you do need is resilience and initiative and enterprise. What if we started teaching those three things: enterprise, resilience, and the ability to think creatively, for kids who are, from when they're 3, when they're 4, when they're 5, because then you're not so reliant on the whole concept of teachers out the front. People have been thrown into emergency response teaching. I'm not going to focus on this one too much. I did tweet these out a while ago, and they're included in this presentation now. But you've got to really work out, where is your school at the moment? Are they still stuck in an emergency response teaching, or have they moved onwards towards more of an online teaching, which is still teacher dependent, or have they moved into an online learning, which is starting to get independent learning, or have they started to conceptualize something that's far more creative and what I've called home or remote learning? At Learn Life, we ran a program for primary school age children from across 3 countries. And the formula we came to in the end was that in an hour and a half's program, we divided it up into 3 half-an hours, and every half hour had no more than 5 minutes of group screen time together with the host. There was 20 minutes creative response, and then there was a 5-minute break. And it was interesting, over a period of 5 or 6 weeks, the kids got used to that, and they got far more independent during that 20 minutes by themselves. But it took, I guess, the conceiving of a particular strategy to move forward to be able to achieve that. This is the topic of passion. We talked about pedagogy yesterday, and we touched a bit on heuristics and other topics. But for me, the word pedagogy, now it's an interesting one. If you go into Wikipedia, you'll discover it was actually created by 2 Australian academics around the year 2000. Basically, it's describing self-determined learning, and the attributes of that would be that it's personal, self-driven, lifelong ready, autonomous, agile. And I've tried to capture that into this diagram here, which is really important, because in a community, you're going to have teachers who are having to shift from that standardized approach to which they were trained. And you've got kids at every different place, some needing a high scaffold, some wanting to have more co-creative ability, and then some who are entirely comfortable being autonomous and independent. So part of the process is to be able to think that one through. And this is drawing back to my New Zealand and Australian heritage. I was trying to think of a metaphor for that. And I can remember a few times when I have done sheep mustering and going through. It's a little bit like if you're asked to shift an entire herd of sheep through one gate. I don't know whether you've ever done that. It sounds simple, but for me it was an incredible challenge, because every sheep was going in every direction at different times. But then as I think it through, this shift from a pedagogy, the art of teaching, through to pedagogy, the self-determined learning, is a little bit like shifting sheep through that gate from dependency through to independence. And I guess that's just as a diagram there to help people think that one through. But it's about crossing a gap from the content delivery to being self-determined, from teacher direction to being self-actualized. And so we've got to get teachers who are trained to understand what that gap is and what they need to do to move forward. And tied in with that, I'm a big advocate for heading towards transdisciplinary learning. Now, again, you don't jump straight into that in most cases in one move. It might be that you blend two disciplines together in an interdisciplinary approach, or you might have a multidisciplinary approach. Ultimately, transdisciplinary learning is when you've got those big meta questions, and that's driving the learning forward. It's also really, really important to start with why. You know, if your team aren't clear about the why before the what, they're going to get very confused about, you know, why do you want to initiate an ongoing blended learning or online program? All of these questions are the ones that the school community must be asking themselves. And you've got to come up with a bit of a diagram here. I said there that last part, do you have a clear diagrammatic understanding of your vision? Now, this is not to confuse you, but just to try and simplify things. Let's just think of face-to-face schooling on that continuum. Online learning might be in a continuum, and then you've got blended learning. You could probably represent that in a diagram with circles as well. If you went back to the line version, we've got the online learning, and blended learning is sort of where the face-to-face and the online matches together. And then you've got the question of whether it should be synchronous or asynchronous, and how does that fit into your model? And then what I've drawn here is just some possible examples where the learning journey is actually split between face-to-face, online, face-to-face, synchronous, asynchronous, blended. But it's really important that school sits down and discusses these things as part of the vision process. And a vision process doesn't mean that you finish up with a statement that's perfect from the moment that you write it. It's a collective process. My PhD thesis was around the positioning of collective envisioning as a process to sustain educational change in schools. And this model is what I used in Sydney at the Northern Beaches School. I was asked to come up with, you know, how did I describe that process? And for me, the important thing here is it is cyclic, and you can actually come in anywhere. So you can have a teacher coming in with a great idea overnight, and that moves into action, to evaluation, to observation, vision, and so on going through. But I'm just going to say, as a school leader in a collective process, the observation and reflection is absolutely critical as the starting point as you think about where you want to go. And out of that, you can craft a statement about vision. And sometimes the best statements are crafted around an actual person. You know, you think about what's the vision for this child that you want them to experience in the next 10 years. And ultimately that can be crafted into a more succinct statement, but that's one way of going. You'll be able to tell whether your vision statement is clear, your description, if other people can grow it. If the actual vision does not grow by your team, it's not vision. And you've got to go back to that collective process again. Because out of that growth will come ideas, and out of the ideas come action, and then time for evaluation, and then you go back to the cycle again. So that's a very quick description of a collective envisioning process there. In my thesis, so I've described it in this way, is that once that vision is described, the clarity of communication is absolutely critical, because that will align and excite people, and it will allow others to grow the vision and to build the trust that you're heading into the right area, even if people don't fully understand it. And that vision will unite and empower the community, and ultimately it will create the momentum to shape the culture moving forward. It's very important to attach goals to a vision as well. I mean, that's a separate process. People would probably be aware of that SMART goal process, just as a reminder that, you know, you don't just have a vision and leave it there sitting in the drawer. You've actually got to do something with it, take action steps. And we get back to that notion of the team. Now, in the concept of the team, I want to reference John Cotter's book, Accelerate, that came out about 8 years ago, I think it was. Fantastic book. In that he likened the organizational structure for moving well, it was a business organization, not a school. I did have a conversation with him and said he's described exactly what a school should be doing. He talked about a dual operating system in the 21st century, which takes the best of the 20th century hierarchy and enables any person to become part of the guiding coalition who will then set the vision for where the school is going. Now, in this particular diagram, the beauty of it is that if people have a role in the school, perhaps they're in the administration side and they don't feel particularly innovative, what they can see is that their role is absolutely critical to that wider vision because they're supporting the wider vision. But it also, in this particular model, means that any person who's got that momentum and desire for change becomes part of the guiding coalition, and then they start tackling the ideas and bringing them into fruition. You know, from a leadership perspective, it's got to be a designed process, and you've got to actually have educators and students in the team as well. It's, you know, the broader the team, the more diverse. There's a lot of research around the diversity of teams as being absolutely critical. But the shared vision will set the course, and it's that collective envisioning process that's particularly important. Then you have to have a team dedicated to doing that. There will be lots of challenges in that process moving forward. You know, are the staff aligned with the pedagogic needs? Are the resources there? Are the budgets there? And I'm not going to try and answer those now. There are strategies, though. I've mentioned here that you've got to reference the understanding of existing pedagogic capacity. One of the things we did at Northern Beaches was we, for a few years, created this grid out of Blooms and Gardner, so each one of those squares became a task that was initially written by teachers, but ultimately the kids got very good at doing it themselves. It was like applying a game plan to a curriculum change. And after a couple of years, we didn't need it anymore, but it was a very, very good start because it was scaffolded. The use of a scaffold like that, you might just have this overarching question, you know, who am I type question, and then the endpoint was to choose any creative output to provide an answer to demonstrating who you are. So it's just one very quick example of a scaffold that you can use. Recently, I ran a program for people in Europe, or from across the world actually, on remote learning as well, and said, you know, that the whole process of remote learning is about designing for learning, shifting away from being deliverers to designers. You've got to know who are you designing for, and start creating some empathy maps based on real people. Start working out what are the steps that you want to bring into that remote learning process, online learning or blended learning, whatever the model is, and then to simply start creating that journey that people are going to go through, the user journey of the learning journey that ultimately you want the kids to be able to do for themselves. And you can get a far more complex version like the one I've got here. And you can then create, and you know, older learners especially can actually create their own journeys through how they're going to learn a particular topic going through. We're not focusing on the topics and stuff in this particular talk, but I'm just showing you the process of that design for learning. This one's a really interesting one from Havergal College in Toronto that came out during the pandemic. They focused on the 2-1-2 model. So Monday and Tuesday, as you can see there, a lot of it was more synchronous learning on mastery of new concepts. Thursday and Friday was about asynchronous passion projects, and Wellness Wednesday was about having a break, a breather in the middle of the week, and actually strategizing for the second half of the week. A very intelligent use of time. At LearnLife, we've been looking at this model, the EQUIP model of how do you bring design thinking into the learning process for kids. And we've used this one here that sort of takes the design thinking and puts it into a language for primary kids with the explore, question, understand, imagine, and produce. But you've got to do some mapping of your own teachers. You know, what's the evident practice? What's their understanding of this sort of theory and research, that we know that there are different strategies for ensuring that learning becomes far more embedded in the organisation. And people actually need to be thinking through, you know, where do they fit at the moment? And again, it's not a negative process. It's actually being realistic about where do I need to learn? What do I need to do? We did a little bit of this mapping in Barcelona, because you can have people who are very aligned to the paradigm that you're doing, but they've never been working in collaborative contexts really seriously, and that can lead to a lot of frustration. if you've got people in an organization who've got low collaboration and low alignment, well, then you've got a danger for the entire organization. So again, starting to map your own particular context and put different headings on those different quadrants to then start working out what's the way ahead for you, and to then, I mean, this is an example here of again from Spain, looking at the difference between the solo teacher working in a collaborative team and ultimately what was collaboration like in the online environment as well. Noster has a great little strategy. This is from 1991, where he's looking at the deficits in you've got a combination of vision, buy-in, skills, incentives, resources, and an action plan lead to change. If there's a gap in vision, you're going to be confused. If there's a gap in people's alignment, there'll be sabotage. If there's a lack of skills, anxiety. If there's a lack of motivation and incentive to do it, there'll be resistance. If the resources aren't there, there'll be frustration. And if there's no action plan, people will feel exhausted. They'll feel like they're on a treadmill. So some of the strategies we used I've used at Northern Beaches, and we're also doing the same in Learn Life now. The innovation funnel. People will get exhausted if they have to take an idea through to prototyping and through to embedding completely. What's critical here is that they can go through in groups, and so we attach different people to different parts of the process, going through. I use the same formula as the Noster one to then sort of see what would happen with the online learning if you actually missed a major gap, if people didn't understand the model that you're doing, or if they didn't understand the goals, if they didn't understand the plan. And I mean, this will be available for you for afterwards to think through. But you've got to start thinking, what's your missing piece? And what are the questions that you've got about your learners? Do you know whether they're learning? Do you know whether they're learning well? Is the screen time right? What's critical is that you start writing down your own questions and you categorize those questions. Create the game plan for moving forward. You're not going to be able to shift an organization if there isn't clarity around what you're trying to do. Now, just as we head towards the end here, one of the tactics that I used in Sydney was we required everyone to use the language of the vision description to get any money for their department, even for paint or for paper, so that if they didn't actually start to learn the language of that vision, they were literally without the resources. Now, we were never going to sort of hold them back too far, but again, that was an extremely effective strategy going through. Wanting to leave time for some questions coming up, but again, this is on Tuesday. If you want to actually be involved and to join in this seminar, the times for the Indian Standard Time are written there. We're looking deeply at the question of what would you be prepared to throw out and change if you really wanted to place well-being at the heart of learning, because it's going to have to replace a focus on academic outcome. It's going to have to focus. It's going to shift your entire thinking. So that seminar is available coming up on Tuesday. And with that, I've allowed a little bit of time for questions, not much. So very happy to.
Time for a couple of questions, Steve. So Mrs. Murthy, over to you. Yeah. Is she around? Hello? No, I don't think so. So I'll open it for the house to ask quick questions. We can take a couple of questions, and after that we dive into our next section. So if
Mom is there.
Mrs. Murthy, you're there? Okay, I'll have to unmute you. Hold on. In fact, I'm making you the co-host. Now you can do it at your end. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Stephen. That was wonderful. How I wish we could have 2 to 3 days of sessions with you, because what you have shown us in this brief 35-40 minutes is literally a lifelong experience. I must say that. Your reference to pedagogy, to heutagogy, your reference to transdisciplinary approach, and also about design thinking in this entire online learning. What was coming to my mind is you were already in the new normal a few years ago. You were already using technology. You were already exploring, discovering many avenues for optimizing learning. I'm sure many of the school leaders on this platform have a lot to take. And I'm sure all of us are going to attend that webinar on Tuesday that you have shared the details of. Gaurav, I'm not too sure if we have time for questions, but I'm very sure that all of us are going to claim some more time of Dr. Stephen Harris in the coming days and months and years.
We can take one question. We can take one question. Asnahar Farheen, you can unmute yourself and ask a question. Make it a very, very pointed question, Ashna, so that we have very little time.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to waste time because I know time is precious. And yeah, Mr. Stephen, such a wonderful session. The question is, we are a philanthropist, approach school, and the budget is not that much that we can implement, we can, invest on a lot of training of teachers when it comes to design thinking. So how can we as a school adopt this approach? We are an IB school, newly authorized PYP school. So what are the resources available? What kind of PD opportunities are available for me as a pedagogical leader and for my teachers as well? So kindly enlighten me with this.
On that one, look, I think the answer is both straightforward and complex. The answer comes from yesterday in some of the conversation. The human resources of a school community are the critical agents for change. So that it's the ability to understand where you're going. That the picture I had of the sheep going through the fence. If people can actually sort of understand that at any given time, the kids are going to be at different places, needing different levels of support. The parents will need different training, and the teachers will need different training going through. So the answer is the clarity of the vision, which is, I guess, what I tried to express there as well, because the clarity of the vision will enable people to make the gradual changes. But we should never expect in a community that it's all going to happen overnight. It will happen gradually, and which is where the description of where you want to go is very, very important. I'm very happy to answer individual questions, by the way, afterwards, if you want to send a question through to me via WhatsApp or some other way that I can give you more specific advice for your own context. And I've given you just a very broad overview, but the answer to what you've just asked there is the people are the critical change agents. It's their consistency and their understanding of where they're heading.
Perfect. I think that takes care of the time, Mrs. Murthy. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. And as Mrs. Murthy outlined, I think we'll have to do one elaborate session with you possibly sometime down the line. And this is just a beginning of an association with you and Learn Life, if I may say, right? Thank you very much, Doctor, for your time. And I hope you stick around with us for whatever duration you wish to. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Murthy. Okay, I quickly dive to our next session because it is exactly 12:45, so we just did in time. And before we go there, I will quickly outline few things for our day ahead. So let me just not only just read out to you in a way, I will not read out you the agenda, but let me quickly give you a perspective of how and what we want to do in the next 3 to 4 hours, which we have with us. One is we now go to a very important session, which is actually around assessments, assignments, online largely, which has been catching our imagination largely. So we have a very, very distinguished panel, ladies and gentlemen, which is obviously placed to all of you on our agenda. And before I go there, I will in fact very gladly like to welcome my dear friend. In fact, I got to know her body of work very recently in IIT Kharagpur, graduate with BTech, and then she went to the Kellogg Business School at Chicago. They've been doing a wonderful work in the tech space, in fact. So one is that I will welcome her, and not only just welcome her, and in fact, I will be asking her to moderate this session, which is a session on assessments and assignments largely, because I'm using these words interchangeably, largely about the fact because assignments are part of the assessments only. But when I was speaking to her, in fact, less than 24 hours ago, and I thought that she will really add a great dimension with respect to her understanding of the tech space and working in various geographies, which she did. And obviously, then I have a very esteemed panel, which I would like to quickly introduce to all of you. And then from there on, we can take it forward. With the very first panelist in our is Lieutenant General Surendra Kulkarni ji. He's a director of Mayo College, Ajmer in India, a very, very distinguished boarding school, needs no introduction as such. But more than that, Dr. Kulkarni, in fact, has been an alumnus of Mayo College, an army veteran, in fact, very, very distinguished career in the Indian Armed Forces. And more importantly, he has invested heavily towards developing Indian school education system as well. General Kulkarni, welcome to the panel discussion. I have made all my panelists co-hosts, so you will be very, very comfortable in terms of unmuting yourself whenever you wish to, and can say a quick hi to the audience, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you.
Yeah. Kulkarni is with us. I quickly now go to Mrs. Amrita Burman. Mrs. Burman is the Deputy Director of Sunbeam Group of Institutions in India, from a part of Uttar Pradesh, a very, very important city in the context of India, Varanasi. She has been championing the cause of school education, if I may say, in the rural, or if I may say, semi-urban part of Indian context. Very, very distinguished leader in the northern fraternity of India, and she's been a very integral part of IPN since the beginning. So welcome, Mrs. Burman. Good to have you with us. You can unmute yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm unmuted. Thank you so much. What an honor. I've always been a part of IPN, and I'm really glad to see the journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Burman. Thank you. Good to have you. I go to my next guest, Dr. Neeta Bali. Dr. Bali is also with us. Again, a very erudite and senior educationalist from the Indian schooling fraternity. Ma'am is based out in a city by the name of Gurgaon in the northern part of India. Again, but having said this, she is a director and principal of GD Goenka World School and a group of schools with them. It's a big chain of, I would say, very high-end schools in India, if that's the right connotation of putting it together. But then they are very, very established brand in the north part of the country. So Dr. Ali, good to have you with us. Again, as I said, I made you a co-host, so you can unmute yourself and possibly say a quick hi to all, and let me help you with that. I have unmuted you. So while Dr. Bali unmutes herself, in fact, her audio piece, I will go to our next guest, which is Dr. Jeffrey Fisher, is a head of schools at the B.D. Somani International School in Mumbai, the commercial capital of India. Again, a very, very distinguished school leader from, I believe, from the IB fold largely. And so having said this, Mr. Fisher just was introduced to me very, very recently, if I may say, but then when I got to speak to him, and in fact, he's now part of the IPN fraternity as well, I thought it will be wonderful to have him with us and hear his perspective as well on this topic, which we have ahead of us. Last but not the least, Meeta Sharma is the principal of, again, a boarding school in India, which is in the north, Mussoorie International School. Mussoorie is a fairly popular hill station in India, in fact. So having said that, Mrs. Meeta Sharma will be also sharing with us a certain perspective on, which in fact I would also like to ask, or Bhanu, who's a moderator, would like to ask both my panelists with respect to the boarding perspective. That will be a very interesting dimension we can gather from this session, is around how will the assignments or assessments would work in the online scenario for a boarding school for that matter. But however, I personally feel in the lockdown scenario, every school looks like a boarding school, more or less the same thing is happening everywhere. So these are my very, very esteemed panelists. So thank you, all of you. Meeta ji, if you can quickly say a hi so that you come on the screen and everyone get to see you at least. And same goes with Dr. Bali. If you were able to unmute yourself, and then we can hand it over to Bhanu to take it over.
So thank you, Gaurav. Thank you for having me here. I look forward to sharing my viewpoint.
Most welcome, ma'am. Dr. Bali, were you able to unmute yourself, ma'am? Okay. Anyway, we'll have to save on the time, ladies and gentlemen. So I think while we go along, Bhanu is, as I said, she's a young, dynamic girl, an IIT Kharagpur graduate, and as I said, she's went to both elite colleges in the world. In fact, IIT is very elite in Indian context, and then Kellogg Business School is very elite in the Ivy sense of the global context. So Bhanu, over to you. All yours, and I'm looking forward to an interesting dimension from this session. I'm always around. If I need to butt in for anything, I'll be more than happy to do that. But over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Gaurav. Thank you very much, and welcome to every one of you, and a special warm welcome to the esteemed panelists. It's an honor to be in your presence and speak with you today and interact specifically on this topic. So without much ado, let's continue and start off with the topic, right? So assessments and assignments have proven to be a very important part or component of our education, right? So far, they've been the sole channel of feedback for most of the teachers and most of the schools, and they're also one aspect where parents engage with students in or learners and their children, and it also increases bonding, right? So now with this lockdown as a scenario and the education moving online, what we are really looking at, we've done a quick survey from practically, we've also done a quick survey of looking at how schools are coping up, how rest of India and rest of the world is really coping up, right? Some of the solutions that we've seen is people are largely depending on Google Forms for some sort of a survey, assessments, objective questions. That's one. And some of the paid tools like Canvas are around the corner for international schools. So this has been largely the way in which people are using assessments. More traditionally and typically, when you look at Indian context, I was surprised to see the way some schools are conducting assessments is they're asking children questions on WhatsApp, and children answer, and teachers are keeping track of WhatsApp, right? And for the subjective, they're asking them to write on notebooks, take a picture and send it on WhatsApp. That's how the evaluation is going on. So we have truly innovated in this scenario, right, across the world. I would love to understand from our panelists how they are coping up and how their schools and their teachers have, thought about this question. If at all they've started something or they have some thoughts about how to go about this. I'd like to open up the discussion with so I'd like to open up this discussion with ma'am Meeta Sharma to understand from say boarding school perspective, and then we'll move on to more traditional schooling. Ma'am, maybe Amrita ma'am, you could also share your perspective after Meeta ma'am. So ma'am, over to you. Just would love to understand your perspective and know more about it.
Thank you, Bhanu. And like Gaurav just said, that the boarding schools and the day schools or day boarding schools in terms of assessment are now all the same, because even the students in the boarding school are no longer in boarding, they are home. So there's actually not much difference. But yes, the difference does arise in terms of the tools that the schools are using. Now, having said that, you spoke about people going on Google Forms and WhatsApp and all of that. But some of the high-end solutions which schools are using are something like a Merit Tech, a Pariksha platform, a ProctorU, Flip Learn platform, the Mercer Met. The whole idea is that the assessment, the e-assessment, has to be fit for purpose. It has to be reliable. There has to be validity, accessibility. There has to be efficiency, and the feedback speed also has to be very fast. And besides that, it should be scalable. But however, it should not dilute the quality of assessment that a school wishes to do, or should not dilute the quality in comparison to the assessment which was done face-to-face while the child was in school. So we've tried our hand at a lot of platforms. We began with Google, we then shifted on to Flip Learn. We are now trying one of these ProctorU paid platforms. The best part of it is that these platforms have enabled us to proctor at 2 levels. Now, one of these is the level where, there is artificial intelligence-based remote proctoring, and we are able to monitor the candidate through the entire duration. And it's the artificial intelligence which is capturing all suspicious activities in the form of red flags. Now, the complete activity is being recorded as a part of the report, and it's being flagged up. Besides this, you could also have remote, human proctoring, where the entire duration is with the help of, there is somebody who's monitoring the candidate. The test could be stopped in between, feedback could be given to the candidate, and basically, you could actually help telling the candidate that this is not accepted kind of an activity. The artificial intelligence flags are also actually, how they work upon is they actually recognize the facial expressions, there's device detection, there is body detection, in case there is somebody who's behind you, and trying to tell you something. So if there is a body which is coming close to you while you're giving the test, that's all detected. These platforms have also enabled us to record and review. They are validating all the artificial intelligence flags which are being put up, those red flags. They also understand the severity of each flag. If a particular flag could not be that severe, and we could let it pass. And if there are any suspect cases of, plagiarism or probably malicious practice, those cases are being weeded out. So some of these platforms have enabled us to pause the test, chat with the candidate, or even end the test for that matter. And the best part about these platforms is that, there is authenticity about these platforms. The child is supposed to enter, register, and click a picture of herself, and then post the picture as an ID proof. So, so these platforms have actually helped the school to figure out and make the assessment more future ready. There are a lot of challenges that we face with these platforms, but probably I'll come to that a little later. Let the other panelists also put in their viewpoint.
Interesting perspective, ma'am. Glad to know that you've adopted technology and you're in awe of the technology, the way it's being adopted. Quite interesting perspective. I'd love to understand more from Amrita ma'am as well, as in how their school has adopted, what their thoughts are, and how is your school adopting now?
Sure. So first of all, thank you so much. It's going to be, I think we have great panelists, so it's going to be a good discussion that we're going to have. Nice to hear Meeta's perspective. According to me, this whole pandemic has thrown a lot of challenges. And I think one of the major challenges that I think a lot of schools are facing, just like us, is not only online teaching, but on the online teaching platform, what is the role of assessment? How should it be done? So I'm going to just break up whatever I wanted to say into three parts. One, why assessment? The second is what is to be assessed. And third, we'll be talking about how assessment, of which I think Meeta's already thrown some light on. So why assessment? In fact, you started with saying that we are a traditional school. I mean, we are really not, I won't say that we are the most modern, but I think we're pretty much ahead of a lot of schools in our thought process, and our culture has always been built in the school for teachers to be reflective practitioners. So if you're going to be a reflective practitioner, it's extremely important for you to assess, because if assessment is not done the right way, number one. Number two, if the feedback is not solicited, evaluated on the assessment that you do, then you have a problem of adjusting the way you teach, because assessment is not only to check out where is the child, but for you to get a feedback on what are you teaching, have you met your learning outcomes, and where do you stand? And I think very, very importantly, it's also very, besides the content and the critical thinking, etc., which I will come to, what's important is you are also assessing the emotions of children. So the moment you do assessment, both on the way you're teaching and on the emotional front, you get to know where are your children, and you start doing your remediation and giving extra attention to children. So I think the most important is not the way you do assessments, it's the way you handle your assessments and what do you do out of your assessments. The second part, what do I assess? Well, if I do assessment of just content recall, in today's time, it doesn't work. Because the moment I get my feedback, it's important for me also to think, where is my child with not only all the 4 C's today, which was the 21st century learning skills, which everybody's been talking about. So you do assess on the understanding, the application, and of course on the higher levels of the taxonomy, which are the critical thinking, etc. You're also talking today what Vanita very nicely said yesterday of the 6 global competencies. Are the children really learning to learn on their own? Are they becoming independent learners? Is collaboration happening in the right way? So what you need to assess is also very important. It's just not content. It's the skills, and it's also the global competencies that the world around is talking. So I think that's the second part. What am I assessing? And in that, again, I'd like to mention about the emotions, because I think in this pandemic front, emotional, the problems of emotions is probably coming up as the biggest issue. Relationship building is the most important. Then comes relevance, and then comes the rigor. So I think relationship building is what also needs to be checked, and you have to work towards that. And then the third part, which is how, which Meeta said a few things about. We've also been, we've adopted technology. We have been assessing when it comes to what the teachers have taught. We have been using very, very low stake assessments. This is something I want to point out. We have been doing formative assessments mainly, and we've been very particular about doing low stake assessments. Reason being, there's already stress at home. High stake assessments may be a little tough for children to take in today. We are, at least I would say for my own school, we're not really 100% ready. We are grappling, we are learning as we go ahead in this journey. So low stake assessments like taking surveys, taking polls as we keep moving on, so that we keep constantly adjusting our teaching methodologies. We are, of course, doing Kahoot, we are doing the MS forms, everybody's spoken about that. One of the other things that I do want to mention on the emotional front, besides all these, we've been using both Mentimeter, which is working beautifully for us to understand the emotional weather of the day with the children, talking to them. Then in case something is flagged and that there are some children having some emotional issues, we then have one-to-one discussions with them, so we get to assess their emotional front. Besides that, even our quality circle time, we have taken some online training on how to do quality circle time online. That's also an assessment of the emotional weather, because we also want to create a very, very hygienic emotional climate in the classroom when there is no physical connect. So we've been doing assessments both on content, critical thinking, and global competencies, and all the 4 C's, and very, very importantly, even on the emotional front. So that's what I just wanted to inform, give my views. And I think the importance of assessment just cannot be undermined, because as reflective practitioners, we just need to know where we stand today, and we have to adjust our teaching learning process.
So, ma'am, fantastic perspective. You touched upon the emotional aspect of, what children are going through, along with skills and understanding where they are. Interesting perspective. And I'd love to understand, on this aspect, from Lieutenant Kulkarni ji, understand how they are going through these challenges, especially they have been a close-knit community with boarding school, and they have been, dealing with children, on full spectrum, right? Both emotional and skills perspective. How are they dealing with this situation, and how their school has adopted practices in this situation?
Yeah, thank you. Both Meeta and Amrita are my very dear colleagues. So they spelled out a lot of things in great clarity and passion. I will like to just shift the dialogue somewhere else, for the simple reason that so far the assessments were, especially for the board exams, were rote driven, grading driven. So there was this competitive sense of assessment. Now with the changes that have come, and we are looking ahead, where will these children go and live? Which is the world in they're going to inhabit? And all of us in this community are familiar with the idea of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. That is the world they have to go into and achieve. So therefore, collaboration is the start point of their life. Teamwork is the tool that they have to adopt. Therefore, the assessments need to take a shift, and this is the golden chance, while this sort of thing has been imposed on us, to look at these things. So for example, traditionally, there was a competitive sense of assessment. And parents particularly were very much bought into this idea. How well has my child done? Uska isme ek number kam kyun kat gaya? And all sorts of nonsense. Right? Now the time has come for focusing more on ipsative assessment. And in ipsative assessment, all you're doing is, you are seeing where you were yesterday, where are you today, and where are you likely to be tomorrow. You are competing against yourself. It's like you wear this iWatch and you go for a walk and you say, okay, I did 1,000 steps today. I want to do 1,500 steps by next week, etc. You are pitching yourself against yourself. Because if you have to work in a collaborative arrangement, you have to be comfortable in your shoes. You have to see your collaborators as trustworthy partners and not as competitors. That they bring other skills to bear which you don't have. So it is not a shift from on-site to online. Alongside that, there's a complete paradigm shift as to why we are doing this whole learning process and assessment process. And because content is same available to the teacher as well as to the student on the digital platform, we need to move from content assessment to comprehension assessment. And therefore the tools that are available, whether you use diagnostic tools, you use formative, you use some kind of interim thing and then a summative tool, all that is okay. But we need to look at the world these kids are going to go into. All right. I see a lot of emphasis on the integrity of the assessment. Our perception, and my teachers, many of them have expressed this, starts from an assumption that sab chor hai. Right? If we start from that assumption, then that issue of trust is broken between you and the parent and the child. Yes, of course, some people will cheat. Some people will try and cheat. You got to have integrity systems in place, no doubt. But you got to create a culture, and this was the previous keynote speaker highlighted it very nicely. You got to create a culture of trust and honesty. We are wanting our my school people, our vision says to make global leaders of tomorrow. They must go with high integrity. So they must be completely trustworthy. And which is this world they're moving into? We all talk about a demographic dividend, but they are going to work in a world which has got a growing population, which has gone past the Indian dividend. They're going to work in an era of job mobility. They're going to work in an era where there are flexible ways of working. You can work from home, you can work from office, you can work on site. Today, learning is also happening that way. Some days you come to school, some days you may not come to school, depending on a day school, not in a boarding school. So therefore, the world is changing around us. And hence, to my mind, it is very, very important that the assessment rubrics that we design are as important as the assessment tools that we use. And the assessment rubric must flow from the culture of a school and cannot be given to us by an ed tech company. Thank you.
Okay. So interesting perspectives. Some of the points that I collected were integrity, right? How much do we trust our children? How do we really create this culture of integrity among the parents, children, and teachers? And the other interesting thing was, what should the bandwidth that teachers would have, right? Like to conduct all of these. I would love to understand on this perspective from Neeta ma'am and Dr. Jeffrey, in terms of how their schools are dealing with this, and how much bandwidth do teachers really have to adopt the challenges of adopting to the new normal, teaching online, and be designing completely different curriculum altogether and assessment patterns altogether. How are their schools and their teachers coping with this? So, ma'am, Neeta, ma'am, you could go first. And
Dr. Bali can go ahead. Then Dr.
Yeah.
Jeff.
You'll have to unmute yourself, Neeta.
Okay, hold on. No, I think Dr. Bali is not here. So I think we can go to Dr. Jeffrey. Yeah, that we save on the time, please. Yeah.
Sure. Dr. Jeffrey, we'd love to understand your perspective and hear from you on the two aspects, right?
Bandwidth bit, that does it really, in fact, if you can be a little more specific, Bhanu, with respect to, apart from obviously the assignment, the core question remains the same, but you're also adding a layer to it about how much of a bandwidth will a teacher would have, etc., right?
Yeah, right.
Dr. Jeffrey, yeah, please.
Well, thank you. And can I also say how much of a pleasure it is to be part of this panel, because it's always nice in a panel to go first because you get to say all of the concrete things. But I don't want to add to the four really distinguished and thoughtful presentations that we've had so far. I'd like to move it a little bit beyond that and look at where the future might build for assessment. And if I look at what Dr. Harris was saying, and I look at the other inputs we've had over the course of this really insightful 24 hours or 2 days, I see that there is going to be a role for assessment to continue to be the lever which changes our teaching practice. And that is a role which assessment has always had. So if we want to follow Dr. Harris's idea of a change in learning and a change in school management and a change in the role of teaching, then we have to also ally that to a change in what we're assessing and how we're assessing it. I think that it may mean the death of the high stakes assessments that come infrequently. That instead of having one 10th standard set of exams, one 12th standard set of exams, one university graduation, one master's degree, that we will start to move into a place where we have a numerous number of qualifications, and that those qualifications are linked to the skills that we wish to see in the students at whatever age, the experience that they've had, and their capacity in those areas. So that if that's what we're trying to assess, then it would appear to me that if we're going to have a more technological education, we're also going to need to have a more technological form of assessment. And in that, I see that instead of us doing an IB diploma or something, that we will be able to go to a portfolio of assessment agencies and assess particular skills. I have a particular skill in writing, or a particular skill in presentation, or a particular skill in this area or that area. I have these experiences. And therefore I see that for us to start to build a lifelong portfolio, a lifelong footprint, if you like, is going to be one way that assessment might go in the future. If that's the case, then all of the other issues about assessment become pretty key. So the authenticity of it, the fact that the person being assessed is the person who they say, and all of those things, as well as the value of the assessment itself. And in that area, I can see at least one area of technology which would allow this to flourish, and that is blockchain, where you can prove without doubt that this was me doing this particular job. I was the project manager on this particular project, and these were the outcomes, and take that forward. The question for me, I think that process already exists largely for the world of work. The question for me is whether and when maybe it will come back into the world of education as a way of supporting the types of changes that all of us seem to resonate with from Dr. Harris's presentation. I think I'll stop there because, but I'm really, really grateful for being part of this panel. Thank you.
Interesting perspective, Dr. Jeffrey. Going to blockchain and making sure that the authenticity factor is taken care. I see Neeta ma'am present, so I'd love to understand, ma'am, the question that we were discussing was, given the new normal and given the way things are going, do teachers really have the bandwidth to do assessments, as we are talking about, the change in the way assessments are being done? That's for the first. And second thing is the integrity factor related to assessments,
No.
right?
First, my apologies. I hope I'm audible now. Anyways, it's nice to do the clincher. Perforce, I'm doing the clincher. But anyways, it's nice. So let me address your two questions very, very quickly because I'm sure you're short of time. So I will not use jargon. I'll try and make it as simplistic as possible. First, of course, with this whole thing, it's come as a blessing in disguise because I think there seems to be some kind of a pedagogical renaissance, if I may use that word. This whole situation has been thrust upon us and in a very unexpected fashion. So everyone is trying to make sure that they make the best possible use of the online platforms to be able to reach the children. And technology seems to be invading teaching learning in a big way. However, I feel that now you have to throw out of the window the regular way of assessing students. You are going to assess them not for the content taught or for regurgitating content. You have to test them for their skills. You have to use presentations, which could be in the form of individual presentations or group presentations. You have to use media-based projects. You have to move away from the old form of assessments and the Word documents. You have to go to project-based assessments. You have to use case studies and quizzes. And I think all teachers, in fact, are experimenting with all of these, and they should, because it's practical for them. There is no way you can do a pen and paper test because there is this whole thing about academic honesty, particularly in a school that I lead, which is a completely international school. Academic honesty is held in very high esteem. It's integral. It's woven into the system. So there comes the factor of academic honesty. So you have to ensure academic honesty. You can't do it with a pen and paper test, which is unsupervised. So you will have to take recourse for the sake of fairness and equity and greater productivity. You will have to use technology and you will have to use these various ways and means of assessing the students, peer assessment maybe. So I think every teacher should be allowed to use most of these techniques. Let us not just go back to, we have to move from objectified learning to a more constructivist learning. I'm repeating, from objectified to constructivist. You can't have people jumping through a loop. That's not going to work anymore. You can't regurgitate in an exam. You have to test children for cumulative work that they have done over a period of time, maybe their portfolios. You need to have much better tools to assess learning, and there has to be much greater creativity. And teachers should be given the leeway to experiment. Teachers should be given the leeway to experiment, to use quizzes in a classroom, to use thought-provoking questions, to use forum posts, to use peer evaluations, and various other things. And I think the assessments will only get better. And I do hope to God that when this entire pandemic is through, people will not abandon these, that they will continue to use this, and there will be blended teaching. They will continue to use technology and thinking ways of testing the young rather than the regular. You're not audible.
You have to unmute.
Okay, I have to unmute myself. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Interesting perspective. So if I have to quickly summarize, right, some very interesting thoughts. One is assessments are important. And the nature of assessments, more than assessment, the nature of assessments has to quickly evolve and is evolving at many schools. We have to move away from the traditional content-based assessments to more topic-based or more different form of assessments which kind of talk about group work, teamwork, and integrate the emotional well-being of children. That's the second point. And the third thing is technology is pervading education, and intelligent use of technology that is accessible to everyone and that is well adopted by schools is really going to take schools a little forward from where we stand today, and make things much easier both for teachers and students. So very interesting concept. I would at this point love to open up to our audience for more questions. We have 375 odd plus audience, so we'd love to understand, they have questions they would like to understand from me or from the panelists. Any things that they are dealing with, and any questions that they may have right now. I see two hands go up immediately. Asha ma'am, Asha Deshraj ma'am, and Tahir Sharjah. I'll open the question with Asha ma'am, just to understand. Maybe Asha ma'am already unmuted. Please go ahead and ask your question. Hello.
Miss Asha, if you would like to. In fact, Banu, if I can quickly,
maybe
if I can just jump in and ask a question, but that will be an answer should come in just 15 seconds from all my panelists each largely, which is assuming we go back to the normalcy, say example in 1 year down the line and whatever time it takes, how much of an online assessment we will still like to keep with ourselves? If that's the case, possibly will be like to adopt at certain level, or I know it is too early to say at what level possibly, but what is your, say, 15-second thought is that what are the advantages you could see which you would love to even implement during your offline days are coming, in the sense when we are back to the normalcy, what aspects of this bit you would like to take? I can ask General Kulkarni to start with. General Kulkarni, if we have to understand this with a sense that once we go back to the complete normalcy, obviously we like to go back to our old ways, but there are a few things which I personally feel have been wonderful, which we have got through this phase largely. So if anything, say a couple of things you would like to say that you will possibly like to still stick with, which will be from your side?
Yeah, let's differentiate between online and offline, assuming a year down the road.
Correct.
Let's go to the digital and the physical.
Yeah.
All the work that is being done digitally is available as a data record for a lifetime.
Correct.
So therefore, this data has to be built up for that child, not only in as much as the curriculum is concerned, but what, say in our school, we run a concept called beyond classroom, beyond curriculum.
Correct.
There are many things that you do which that they should be doing for the world of tomorrow, which doesn't fall into this. Community service, for example, it doesn't fall in the syllabus. But all those community service they're doing, what are the kind of projects they're doing? Whom are they collaborating with? What net gain has society or the local group that they supported benefited from that? All that needs to be recorded for a lifetime.
So I think it's a good point. Very good point, in fact, that we will now have archives, if I may say, of their track record. Yes, fair.
So I'll come next. Yeah. I think I would love it, and I'm sure it all depends on the kind of culture that you build now, which even Harris said very, very nicely. Dr. Harris mentioned that it's the kind of culture that you try to preserve and build in your institutions now. On that will depend on what the blended form is going to be once we are back to normal. So I would obviously want to continue to a large extent with the online platform. And why would I like to continue, especially for assessments? I think they're very creative, easier to make, actually for teachers, much easier to make, very interesting, very creative. I completely agree with General Kulkarni about recording. I just want to add one aspect, which is analysis. You finish with something and you get the result there and then. So it's like an instant feedback and an instant adjustment of my teaching learning process. So obviously, I think these are great advantages.
I should make a mention here. You were among the few leaders, if I remember, when we were starting our online series back in March, if I may say. You very emphatically said that, no, this is just a blessing in disguise for all of us in terms of adopting technology to the next level. So actually, my question had a little layering of that how will the school owners or say teachers or say principals or leaders do not just end up disowning this once they are back to the normal. So, okay, we guys, now this is behind us. Now let's go back to the normalcy. So that should not be the case, which is actually been reiterated.
Can I just add one point?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to add a point here.
Yeah.
Those of us, and it could be anyone, unfortunately, who don't adopt this blended model as we go on, I think it's going to be difficult for us to survive. The reason is that the acceptance, especially from the children, is not going to be very good because they've tasted the online platform. They would like us to go with technology. We won't have a choice, actually.
No, in fact, we had a very interesting session yesterday with the kids. I'm not sure of how many of you attended that. It was a fascinating session. We'll share the recording with you if you guys missed out. Meetaji, your point?
Yeah, so I completely agree with General Kulkarni and Amrita about the recording and the analysis. But I'd like to add my bit to it, that I would definitely want to retain a big portion of online assessment when school reopens. And if I have to put a figure to it, I would say 60% should be online even when school reopens. And I am kind of a believer of liberal education even in school. And this would be a boon to people who are gifted learners. And they could, it could be timeless, it could be flexible. And if there is a kid who is in grade 5, but his aptitude level for a particular subject is grade 6, it could be a blessing for him that he could also sit for a grade 6 mathematics paper during any time of the day, because it's going to be flexible and timeless. We don't really have to put a time and a dateline to it. They can assess it, papers could be reset, and under all examination conditions. So it's going to be timeless, flexible, and great.
Yes, everyone is true. Neetaji, Dr. Bali, 50.
Yeah. I would say very quickly, see, this kind of online learning is kind of woven into the international curriculum. That's to begin with. That's one. So for us, it wasn't a great change per se. However, we will continue the way we have been doing it. As Meetaji said, and as Amritaji said, once the children have had the taste of blood, so to say, they will definitely, the younger children will also want to continue with online teaching. Two, I really feel that it requires a lot of ingenuity, intelligence, and a lot of creativity to make these assignments. And I think it will help the teachers to grow. Three, I really feel it's very important for children to learn with others and from others, and then to reflect on their learning. And they can't do it in a usual classroom. I think these online learning platforms give them that whole thing of learning with others, in collaboration with others, learning from others and learning with others, and finally reflecting on their learning. So I definitely foresee 60% of this, because I think it's great fun for kids.
Yeah, we will do a survey after this actually.
So are the teachers. Honestly, the teachers are enjoying it thoroughly.
Correct. Dr. Jeffrey. Yeah.
I think that good teaching and good learning relies on engagement of the teacher and engagement of the students. Correct. And engagement comes through differentiation and diversity of task. And therefore, online assessment and online learning provides different ways, a more differentiated, a more diverse, a more flexible way of learning. And so, of course, all of these things will continue. They were present before the pandemic, they'll be present after the pandemic. If you like, one of the silver linings of COVID-19 has been that we've been forced to take steps forward which otherwise we would have resisted. And so in all of that, I absolutely see not only a role for online assessments, but a role for online learning and a role to continue the development of both the differentiation, the diversity, and therefore the engagement in learning of both the teacher and the learner.
No, I think, yes, absolutely. Which is why I wanted to break it down in a very simple question, that why it should not be an aberration. It should be a continuation to this largely. So I'm happy that I'm getting those answers. Asha, Raj, will you like to have a quick question? We'll take a couple of questions, which is Asha, Dehraj and Tahir from Sharjah. Yeah. Tahir, you can go ahead. Please unmute yourself and ask the question. Tahir, you there?
Yes. Now I can unmute myself.
Yeah, please go ahead. Have a very pointed question, Tahir. Yeah, we are just out of time.
Actually, what I understood from this, our learned, that
you're not audible to me.
The government has not changed. Only the apps which we have been using, like Socrates, Peer Deck, quizzes, or for assessing in the class right now, they require the gadget. Each and every child should have some device which he has to or she has to bring to the school, and the school, each and every classroom should have the high Wi-Fi speed to just cope up with all the things. So my actually that concern, my question is over here, that we are forgetting our two main stakeholder. One is the parent, and the other was the policy makers. The CBSE at the end of the grade 10, they are supposed to write one examination, and similarly in grade 12 they are supposed to write an examination. We know that the practicals in grade 12, what they are getting, the mask and what are the after effects, is the main that one of our panelists raised, the right issue, the trust issue. That if there is after effect is like a feedback, and that it is for the improvement of the child, that trust can be built. But what we do, that the CBSE is asking the children to write, and I am telling you, CBSE is an international one. We cannot say that the CBSE is limited to India. Now it is here. I could see IB schools, British curriculum, American curriculum, Philippine curriculum, German curriculum, Australian curriculum. Here at least 56 curriculum schools are there in Dubai and Sharjah. So and CBSE is one of the top. The maximum strength is the CBSE. So my question here to the panelists: when the policymakers and the very important stakeholder of the our education system is the parents, how to make them convince about the assessment? If the child is getting low marks, no problem. It is for the feedback for the child. We will just improve any particular skill of the child and he will get good marks. But they want, even KG parent wants some writing test and some answer sheet and the question paper, then only they are satisfied. So how we can deal with this such situations?
Tahir, may I answer that for you? Tahir, may I answer that for you? There are two things you could do as a school head. One, from grade nursery to grade 8, you have complete freedom, to my best understanding, to innovate. You have complete freedom. You need to speak to your management and make them see the advantage that you have with online learning tools. That is one. Two, you need to orient your parents, because parents have obviously studied in regular CBSE schools, and majority of us have had to unlearn what we have learned during our education and relearn. So I think it's really about convincing your two main stakeholders, the management and the parents.
Can I just come in? Since he spoke about CBSE, and probably we are a very true blue CBSE school. I don't know, Tahirji, if you have been following all the webinars that have been happening and discussions, and I've been having personal discussions with Mr. Anurag Tripathi, and I think many of the other principals have had. They are the policy makers. He's Secretary CBSE. All of us know that. I think CBSE obviously has also been hit very badly with this pandemic and has had to have a paradigm shift in their understanding and their policies. So he's been talking about, number one, rationalizing the syllabus. See, I love this word, rationalizing. They haven't just said change the syllabus. They're talking about rationalizing it, because they understand that one thing dovetails into the other. So we just can't make erratic changes. So I'm talking about attitude, one. Number two, they've been talking a lot and have been trying to provide a lot of assistance to all CBSE schools when it comes to online teaching training, and have been also doing their own little bit in trying to give, teaching learning material. I'm talking about the budget schools that you've been talking about. So many things are coming to them directly from CBSE. Third, and the most important, you spoke about the nature of assessment. They have been talking about low stake assessments in class 3, 5, and 8, which is going to be coming up in the new education policy, which they are trying to push faster than they ever did, because they know that they don't have a choice right now. They have a huge task. So I think their thought processes have changed. The policies are going to change, and I think we should be very hopeful. I'm very optimistic, even if it is for CBSE. Let's just not say it's traditional. They have a tough task, and they've really been trying hard.
We'll take a last question, and then we wind this up. Sarika Babar, you can unmute yourself and ask your question, and then I'll say thank you to my panelists.
Yeah, I just want to ask the panelists, if I have to give away with assessments, up to what grade I can do that, and what is recommended by all you educationists or panelists over there?
I would say up to grade 5 safely, because I am talking again from an international schools perspective. We run the PYP, IB PYP program. There is no assessment per se. In fact, IB is completely averse to assessments. However, children are doing cumulative work, which is in the form of their portfolios or the work which is shown during an exhibition. Because please remember, it is not about regurgitating content. At that level, you should be teaching skills and learner attributes. So what happens is every activity that is taken on, the children are asked to reflect on which of the 10 learner attributes have you picked up. It's not about a pen and paper test. So till grade 5, safely.
Okay. Though I have a lot of other questions actually lined up, I have this temptation of asking or allowing one more to Priyanka Sharma Pathak, if you can ask your question.
Hello, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. My question is this. During this online assessment, children at their end will invariably use unfair means. We can't deny. How to address the authenticity during this online assessment?
Okay. Anyone? Yeah, please.
See, ma'am, when I was speaking, I did speak about you can't simply rely on a pen and paper test and hope that you can instill academic honesty, because it is not feasible to keep an eye on so many students sitting at various places trying to attempt a pen and paper test. So you obviously have to devise another solution. You can look at projects, which could be collaborative projects. You can look at various other things that we spoke about, group learning that we spoke about. You can talk about presentations. Ask the students to make presentations either as individuals or in groups. You can use media-based projects. You just have to move away from Word document, quizzes, case studies. So you are not going to be able to instill academic honesty, which is integral to any curriculum, immaterial of whether it is the Indian or the international. All right, in the international, we keep harping on academic honesty again and again. But having said that, you will have to look for viable alternatives. You cannot have a pen and paper test. Move away from Word documents, period.
I just want to add to that. I think that's very well said, Neeta. And I think it's all about what, in fact, let's start with what General Kulkarni said. He spoke about the trust factor. And I think that's very important. It's the culture of your school. You have to build that culture that there should not be any unfair means. So it's the trust. Okay, there are times when children break that trust. I mean, after all, they are children. And I think whether it's the pen paper format or it's the online format, you do get to know as a teacher that some unfair means have been adopted, or even the technology may help you. I think having a chat around that is more important than catching anyone by the neck and, just shaking him up, because somewhere, whatever you've tried in building the culture hasn't worked. So I think, again, it comes back to, are we really having our values in place rather than getting too hassled and if it happens, good, well, then speak about it and get it out of your system. I think that's the way we should approach it.
Gaurav, may I come in, please?
Sure. Please.
Yeah. You see, please understand, even in the pen and paper environment, if cheating has to happen, it happens there as well. I've studied in a boarding school myself, so I can vouch for it. And I'm sure it's even easier in day schools. So please understand, don't worry about this. One side is the trust factor. The other side is, there are two other issues I want to highlight. Today, in academic assessment, and I'm sure Neeta ma'am and all can verify, there are these internationally known softwares like turnitin.com and all, which will do to check for plagiarism and all. That's one part. But more importantly, it is in the framing of the question. If you frame a question that I can Google the answer in 3 seconds, then my question is wrong. And as I said, the assessment rubric, in my initial comments I made, that now is the time for schools, based on their school culture, to revise their assessment rubrics. The problem is not in what the student does. Let him go and try and cheat. Okay. But if you have posed a question which requires him to, that's why I said it's not about content, it's about comprehension. If you're testing his comprehension, then no two students will give you an identical answer. And no Google can give you that answer. Okay. So therefore, we are now trying to transpose our old assessment system or question papers onto this new platform. My request is, this is hard work. Please, teachers, you need to completely reassess. Secondly, when you're assessing in a collaborative format, certain things individually, certain things collaboratively, it will clearly come to light that which student's contribution is greater, which student's contribution is diverse, and which student really is has taken agency and is the willing learner. And please, after finding the problem also, your job is to have a dialogue with the child and the parent, not to say ki maine chor pakad liya hai, but to say, look, your gap in your understanding seems to be there. That's why you're resorting to finding quick answers. If you would have understood this, you wouldn't have not needed to do so. And this is the direction in which your answer should have flown, not the words or the exact thing. I know today the assessment of CBSE and all goes on those keywords and phrases and all. They also have to change. But don't worry about the guy giving the board exam in 2021. Think about the guy giving the board exam in 2026. And prepare those children, change your assessment rubrics. And I think there is a need for schools to collaborate on this. No one school can come up with a master rubric and then not share it with others. This is the age of sharing what we know with those who are, not where you are. And
Gaurav, Gaurav, can I quickly comment?
Sorry, Meeta. If you had to speak, I would have gone off long time back.
Yeah. So basically, I thank you, General Kulkarni, for letting me in. I would just say that we also have to kind of look into the cause of cheating. Why is a child cheating? It's not just the assessment pattern, but is it because of the peer pressure? Is it because of the parental pressure? And maybe counseling at that level also has to take place, because it's kind of an ambiguous situation for not just the kids, not just the teachers, but all possible kind of stakeholders. The situation is volatile, uncertain, and very, very ambiguous. So even the parents have to understand and give them that kind of breathing space that it's okay. They're also kind of learning to be assessed on a new platform. So it's okay. Things may go right, may go wrong. And like General Kulkarni just said, why are we thinking about just 2021? Let's think about 5 years ahead and prepare our kids for this kind of an assessment, which probably may be the future of assessment.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Well said. In fact, as I said, it was a very powerful panel, very, very well-spoken deliberations, in fact, if I may say. And I personally, when I look at it at my end as well, I have 2 young daughters. I have to design some assessments for them as well. So I will take a lot of leave out of this. Thank you very much, General Kulkarni. Always apt as possible I think the data part, I personally believe, because data is king. I mean, content is no longer king. Data is actually king because it gives you chance to synthesize a lot of information, data mining, and all that put together. And obviously, basis which you can take a lot of informed decisions largely. So, thank you, Janu Kulkarni. Thank you, Ms. Meeta. Thank you, Mrs. Burman, Dr. Bali, and Dr. Jeffrey Fisher. He just asked me to, he can leave possibly beforehand. So thank you, my esteemed panelist, Bhanu. You did a brilliant job. Thank you very much. So let me quickly share with you. Bhanu is a young entrepreneur now. She has turned into an entrepreneur after her stint at the US. And they have actually worked out a very interesting assessment piece. So what they are offering right now, it's more of an IPN offer, that for every member who has attended the IPN Voyage series, they are giving their assignment come assessment tool, whatever they have. I think they will get back to us completely free of cost for 1 year. So that's a very generous offer from Bhanu and team. And more than that, they have done a good job. I have not seen it in detail, but I would request to give Bhanu an opportunity to have a look at it for that matter. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. We quickly break for 10 minutes in India. So India, this is lunchtime in India, everybody. So I would say we have bought into a lot of lunchtime of ours. So let's have a working lunch. I'm sticking around here. You can put off your videos, but in 10 minutes, we resume back with our sessions. Okay. Thank you, everyone. See you soon. Yeah, we resume back in exact, in fact, it is 1:48 by my clock. So at Indian Standard Time, we resume back at 2 p.m. sharp. Okay, so have a quick breather, have a quick working lunch, and at 2 p.m. we will start this again. Back, so good. Okay, everybody, let's do this again. Okay, if we can, all of us can come on the video as well. Let's do a quick recap of how has been the should I say, lunch session, how did it go? And then we can dive into the next half of it now, basically. Because yesterday we had no break, so I thought it is worthwhile taking a 10-minute break this time round, though it was supposed to be a quick lunch break, in fact, half an hour types, but then we had our previous session getting extended by 15 minutes. So nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, so welcome back. And I would like to quickly know how many of you are joining us from outside of India. So quickly, if you can unmute yourself. Robert is here. Oh, yeah, I can see Robert. Robert, how are you?
Hello.
How are you?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. You've been attending it from the beginning, or you have just stepped in?
I've been in and out. Yesterday
out.
we packed all our home ready to move.
Okay.
It was difficult.
No, I understand. Thank you. And it's a Sunday, and I believe on a Sunday you're able to take out time. Thank you very much. Arjun Madhavanti, where are you from, Arjun? I will request, and I think it should be a request only. All of you should come on your video, guys. Right. Provided, I was saying this in the beginning, if you have not taken bath or if you have not combed your hair, please do not come and show up. Yeah. Nevertheless, okay. So very interesting sessions ahead now. Number one session is we are now, in fact, it was planned in a fashion that we got few queries from, in fact, especially from the Indian contingencies of art. But let me give you a quick backdrop of this session so that we have a right context going in. And in fact, it is now universally be applicable, not just for a particular region, if I may say. So I have with me a dear friend of mine, Rohit Izad. Rohit is an IIT alumni, and he worked with the Development Bank of Singapore for good duration of time. Then he went to Stanford for his master's largely. And then, in fact, now in India, he runs a very successful NBFC, non-banking financial company, which is actually regarded by Google as one of the most, if I may say, credible startups in the financial fraternity in India, in fact, Indian subcontinent. So very, very credible work Rohit and his team are doing. In fact, we did introduce them earlier to our fold as well, but then when we were doing this conference, which is IPN Voyage, I thought we can step in a quick session with Rohit, because he comes from a very strong financial background. And how can schools in these challenging times, which we are all navigating ourselves, can rationalize your finance? So I understand that not every school leader has come through, say, a financial bent of mind largely. They are good, they are brilliant educationalists, they are brilliant administrators largely. But I personally feel in today's day and time, any school leader will love to have a repertoire of financial understanding as well. If I may say basic understanding, please understand this. I come from a MBA background myself, though I was, as I said, my qualified degree, the last degree which I have is a master's in MBA, obviously. But having said this, I have never felt the need of financial, if I may say, administration or management of my finances only when I started my own startup. And suddenly when I started my startup, which was back in 2013, the entire understanding of financial fall on me as a havoc, if I may say. While you may get a funding or you may not, so please understand this, there are startups which are bootstrapped startups. And let me just go into what is a bootstrap. Bootstrap is a startup which is started by, example, if I started with my own money, which is with my savings when I start a startup, it's called a bootstrap startup. And either the flip side of it is a startup which is funded by an external agency or say a VC, or a VC is a venture capitalist or a private equity firm. So I will not jargonize this discussion, but more importantly, that's a very different world altogether, which is my world and Rohit's world, if I may say. But Rohit is largely, because of his financial background, and when I briefed him yesterday about our session, was actually that how a school leader can wear a hat of a financial administrator in order to rationalize their financing or their finances at a school level, which is from the cost to obviously from the income and obviously managing that. So Rohit, I hope you're around, and if you can unmute yourself, please, and then we can dive into your session right away. We will then actually be joined by Andrea from UK largely, and Andrea obviously is a Global Teachers Award winner. So that's a session which will follow Rohit's session largely. Okay, so we will have a quick discussion, and in fact, I will take 4 or 5 questions from my audience as well, because I will restrict my questioning to Rohit, because Rohit will just deliberate us as an expert, and then I'm largely going to throw it out to all our leaders on the platform. And I am very fairly making this observation then that this is not just one country phenomena. I'm sure this is neutral to a location or neutral to any geography, if I may say. Okay, Rohit, you there? I don't see you. Hold on. Yeah, he's here. Now he's in. Give us a moment so that we can put this together. I'm also, yeah. Rohit, you're there, buddy?
Hi, Gaurav. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, so I made a lot of elaborate introduction of yours and you were not there. So let me quickly set the context right. So Rohit, what I was telling to my participants is that how, as a school leader, it is imperative to put together the financial modeling or a financial restructuring of a school in these current times. Just to give you a quick perspective, we have leaders from across the globe, in fact, largely with us. So obviously finance is neutral to any location or any geography for that matter. So I would love to hear, in fact, all of us would love to hear from you that how in these current times we can rationalize our financing while as a school leader we are running our school largely. That is one part of the question. Subsequently, obviously, which is one of the narrowed down version of it, is that how you guys are helping schools in India, if you can take that as a case study for them largely. Okay, over to you.
Thanks, Gaurav. First of all, sorry for being late on this.
No problem.
So I'll give a brief about what can be done by schools, right?
Correct.
And then I'll say what finance pairs is currently trying to achieve.
Correct.
So in terms of financial aspect, for any school in India or abroad, right, this is something that was not expected, or they were not pre-planned. They didn't pre-plan to have this. What can be done is not only from a financial perspective or an e-learning perspective, but the idea of every school should be to collaborate and operate together. Right?
Right.
So no school should not try to have all the solutions by itself. Right? There are a lot of methods of and financial solutions available in the market, and innovatively they can collaborate with such financial partners to see what is more suitable for their schools. Right? Of course, the two important points of optimizing the cost is something that everyone is aware. I think they're already working on it, just reducing the not needed or unnecessary expenditure, looking at the cash flow reserves and planning when their income is going to come in. And on the other hand, if there's any scope of increasing the revenue parameters, given the factors that the increment in fees is not possible, plus the transport fees, etc., has reduced, is there any alternative means of getting in some cash flow, right? So they'll have to work on this, these two parameters majorly, reducing the OPEX or expenditure or capital expenditure, managing the cash flow reserves, and looking at any other methods of increasing revenue. There are a few, so I will come down to those. But that is a broad perspective. But more importantly, what I wanted to...
Hold on. Everyone here will not understand what is an OPEX. Possibly, I'm taking that liberty. So you have to break it down to the operational level, possibly to an elementary level. And no offense to anyone, I'm sure there can be some leaders in my forum who can be an MBA or a PhD for that matter in mathematics or economics.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, keep it down to the very elementary level. So example, by giving an example, I'm just helping you out with this because I have been working very closely with the system in this, which is now a particular school has broadly two heads, which is the expense side and the income side, if I may say, right? So income is through the fee and expense is largely through the salaries or say infrastructure or welfare development part of it. Like build it on this level, if I may say.
Yes. No, correct, you're right. So if you look at expense and the other one is income, right? In expense, again, there are further categories, right? What are you going to spend on today against what you want to spend once you start getting the fees, right? There are two different aspects. So a lot of the schools are trying to bring in innovative solutions, but what is happening is today their inflow of cash is stopped, right?
Exactly.
And now they're spending. So what it makes is they're depleting their cash flow reserves.
Correct.
So if you're going to spend now and you're not going to have any income flow, you have limited window of operating.
Correct.
So you'll have to work out solutions where you try to push that. How can you not spend now? So you buy out few more months. Right?
Correct.
You can still have solutions where you don't have to spend now. You spend. I'm not saying you don't spend. I'm not saying avoid and make it free. I'm just trying to say postpone that. Right? So today, if you have say an expense of 10 lakh rupees or say 100,000 as a cost, right? You may not want to do it today. You may want to do it later. So is there any way that you can postpone this without stopping your services?
Correct.
That is something that they should look out for. And that is what I was trying to say. There are solutions. So I'll discuss a few with finance.
Please go ahead. Over to you. Yes, absolutely yours.
But the idea is try not to reduce your cash flow by spending today itself on different solutions. And what you can do is you have to look out for innovative partners which are doing this. Now, I'll give you a few examples. There are a lot of impact funds available which are being utilized in the education market. And these impact funds are not donation funds. So that is something. This is just to help you get this 3 months or 6 months as a runway, right? So they are going to get those funds back. But right now, in the moment, they're supposed to help you. So when the fee payment starts, you may probably pay them back in a certain installment. And this will make it sustainable for them to not only support a few schools, but support more number of schools. So there are impact funds which are helping in these portions. There are also financial solutions. A lot of innovative NBFCs are helping out in the moratorium-based factors as well. Right? So you will have to look out for that. Sometimes you will have to work with 2 or 3 players to get that achieved, right? And the other factor is that a lot of schools are now adopting to a blended learning format. So a lot of them already expecting that, it may not be a full-time physical and the same infrastructure may not cater to the social distancing parameters.
Correct.
So as long as the same does not, you have multiple shifts of your teachers that you will have to cater to. Now, will the teacher work at the same cost if they have to do multiple shifts, right?
Correct.
So that's a difficult factor. And especially when you bring into e-learning or a blended module, do you really have to rely only on Zoom? Because it's not very easy for students and the parents to manage the entire learning systems on a Zoom, right? So people are moving on to different learning management systems and different e-learning system, live classes, etc. So what this is doing, it's also reducing the cost, right? And how it's reducing the cost? Today, if one teacher could teach 20 people in a class, when you're going online, it need not be 20. It could also be 50 or 100 when you're trying to cater to it. And you may have continuous live sessions where people join it at different hours and time. It gives them flexibility of teaching, but the number of resources you may need may also reduce. So you may try to utilize or leverage the same resource somewhere else. So that is called optimization, right? So now you have to rethink of the skill level of your staff, and you have to optimize onto their skill level. Sometimes you need to upskill, sometimes you need to optimize. Right, so these are factors which doesn't seem directly related to your finances, but nonetheless they are, right? So if you learn how to optimize the resources, you will be able to bring help take resources to give you more revenue and have some resources to teach. Right? There could be a blended format of using your own resources also. So blended format is not only to teach the students. Blended format is also to make useful your own resources. So that's something that they need to work. Now coming back to what Finance Fair has done, and it may be applicable. It's not necessary for schools to only opt for Finance Fair, but such solutions are also applicable elsewhere. Right? What we have seen, we have been working with around 1,600 schools today in an active format, and the major three problems that we have seen that schools are facing, right? The first one is they're expected to pay their staff salaries that too on time, right? Without much reductions, but there's no inflow of cash. So no inflow of cash, but there's an outflow going on. And the biggest problem is there's no clarity till when this will go. It's not a matter of 1 month, 2 months. You don't know. You don't have the clarity. Second major problem is schools are supposed to go on e-learning basis, right? Live classes and other methods. So a lot of schools have been approached by different content players that should adopt this platform, and schools did not have such an exposure to which is a better one in terms of feature or budget, etc. Here again, the capital expenditure, the money that you have to pay to the content is not coming from parents. Because parents have not started paying fees. So it's coming from the school owner's pocket. So are they able to pay it now? Right? And are they sure that whether they do it, then the parents are going to start their payment? These are all question marks. It's not a certainty. So here also schools are struggling to understand that if they have a good number of students, is it okay to pay 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs to such content platforms? Right?
Correct.
Third one that schools are also facing issue, and they have communicated, is sanitization. So they say that whenever the schools are going to reopen, it's not going to be all the students in one class together. Right? And plus there has to be regular sanitization in effect, which is also an upfront cost for them. So whatever their per month spent was today, it will not be the same once the school reopen. Right? So they should not assume that everything is going to come back to normal, especially in the next 6 months. Your expenditure might increase for the same month. So burned it every month may go higher. So here again, you're not getting the fees. So what we have tried to do to help schools in this moment, we also have a lot of banks and impact funds that we have partnered with. Right? So what we are trying to do in terms of fee payment, we say that we will give a zero interest, zero cost EMI option to the parents to pay the fees. Right? But we, on behalf of the parents, we pay the fees to the institutions today.
Okay.
So they get their fee upfront, they have their cash flow to manage, and parents starts paying us post-COVID or post their joining of the school, which may be now, which may be in July, August, September, whenever, right? They start paying from them, but the schools get their money today. So that resolves their cash flow issue. We also started doing this option in the e-learning systems. So a lot of the people are adopting different e-learning systems, and they are asking for an upfront payment, or they only have limited window. So here again, on behalf of the platform, we end up paying those fees to the school on day one. Right? And basically, so instead of school paying to the content players, we pay to the content players. So schools face no cash flow problems, right? And we collect it back from the schools once the parents start paying. Very similar. So when there is inflow of cash, we try to take the money from the school, but till that point of time, on behalf of the school, we will pay to this content player. So this will enable them. Right? And we also, of course, we also have our own content platform, which for this year is completely free. Right? So we don't charge the institutions for having an LMS systems or learning system, because this year we believe that it doesn't make sense to charge. Right? That's not the right time. It's not coming in from the parents. And similarly, in terms of infrastructure cost, like capital expenditure for sanitization, they need an upfront cash, right? So the schools are facing such issues. We also work with them to provide such term loans to the schools so that they can use it now. Don't pay anything till so the condition is very simple. Don't pay anything till the parents start paying. Right? So I'm not saying that you start paying immediately. So these kind of solutions are done. How are they achieved? It's not a simple lending solution. Right? This is done through partnerships at the back end with NGOs and impact funds. That is why this period, additional months are given to the schools. The schools can also approach the NGOs and impact funds. But when the financial player is trying to handle that portion, you should try and look out for such solutions if they're available in the market. One more factor that the school should definitely cater for, and all of us, I mean, I'm saying nearly 90% of the school owners told this, that this year they're expecting that 8 to 15% of their fees will not come. So that is what they're anyways expecting, because there are a lot of parents who have lost jobs, who have done huge losses in business. So they're not able to remove kids. But they know that probably they have to account for that. The 15% of the fees may not be received, and you still have to manage it for this year and probably the half of next year.
Correct.
How are you going to do that? And is there any way to get that 15% of the fees? Because these parents are not able to pay. So there is. So what I'm trying to say is, if you cater for such margins that these fees will not come, then you will plan of how to get it. So what you need to do is, you understand there will be parents losing jobs and doing bad in business, and these people will not be able to pay. So you have to establish a support structure for such parents. There are need-based scholarships. There are performance-based scholarships. There is educational support available, as long as you reach out to the linked firm so that they can pay on behalf of such parents. Right? So there are a lot of funds which do this, and you will have to probably not work with one fund. You will have to work with multiple funds, because one fund will not be able to provide you. Suppose you're falling short of 1.5 crores. So one fund may not be able to provide you 1.5, but they may be able to provide you say 15 lakhs. So if you have 10 such fund partnership, you may meet your demand. So the idea is, try to understand that there would be 8 to 15% shortage of funds, and try to plan for it, of how you're going to provide support to your parents. Right? So that's some of the ways that I highlighted briefly. So there are solutions like Finance Pay who's trying to do this, right? And the more we talk to the institutions, the more we try to customize the solutions for them, because our plus point is on the supply front, right? So we are trying to customize solutions. But nonetheless, of course, it takes some time. So we have to understand the requirement, customize, and provide solutions to the schools. But the schools themselves need to understand that there could be shortage of funds, and they need to establish a support structure for the parents. It's not a support structure only for the schools in this case, right? So there has to be some support structure for the parents, and they have to understand that if there's a job loss and a business loss, how is it that the schools can provide some support to the parents so that the ecosystem still continues to flow in the manner it was. And so that's basically, that is what we have to do.
Questions which comes to me straight away, and this is largely of an observation that I personally believe, and I can be wrong as well, that schools will actually need a very robust, though they have a CA with them, I'm sure they are well equipped with a CA, but there has to be a very strong financial planning individual, or I would say set of individuals will be required at school level now, because it's not a pure play balance sheet or a P&L account system, which a CA does largely. It's more of a financial planning, which I'm sure you will understand better. So having said this, do we have our operations of Finance, for example, your enterprise outside of India as well, or we are just catering to Indian audience right now?
This year we are catering to Indian audience.
Okay.
People who are going to study abroad, we do cater them also, as long as they're Indian citizens. So that is from our own books. But outside India, we'll be starting in the next year. So we are starting in UAE, Indonesian, Malaysian markets. But this year it's still in India only.
Okay, possibly through some partnership at the local level from there on.
Yes, yes. So partnerships are in place. It's just that the disbursals will happen. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. So I'll now quickly open the house for, because we are now we are 5 minutes away from our next session largely. So I'll quickly take up, and I'm thankful, Rohit, that you could on a very short notice improvise on what we discussed largely. So I'm thankful to that. In fact, you were quite elaborative in your own sense. And more than that, our association with your body will be not just about this transaction. In fact, we will end up doing some workshops for leaders, because I foresee there's a requirement that leaders would like to get a financial understanding or a hang of it as well, for that matter. So we may have to invest ourselves a little more, but I'm sure which is only an investment worth doing, I would say. Anyone having a quick question? Poonam Rathore?
Thank you, Rohit ji. You have seriously given such a wonderful solution for all these schools. I just wanted to know, do you charge any service charges from the institutions?
Yes, you're right. There would be, so basically this works in a discounting format, right? So there is some upfront discounting that happens from the institution. Now, what would be a preferable discount that we'll have to talk to institutions one-on-one and understand. But typically, if the institution needs the full year fees upfront, the discounting is slightly more. If they need the fees in, say, 2 tranches, then the discount is very low, like hardly a 3% or so, 3 to 4% in terms of discounting. Right, and if you can accept those funds in, say, in 3 installments, that there's hardly any money, like not even 1 or 2% that you'll have to cut down on. Right? So there is some discounting in place, and we do have to have that because we have to service larger number of schools. Were it only a 50, 100 schools, it wouldn't have mattered.
I understand.
Yeah, but there is a discounting method in place.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Dr. Sunanda Grover, your question?
Yes, during the conversation, I just wanted to know, first of all, thank you, Gaurav. Rohit ji, it was a great explanation and you took every aspect of this beautifully. I would like to know, if I talk about, let's take an example of a school with the income expenditure account has a deficit of some amount. Every school would have different. Yes. So any percentage of that deficit is being covered by finance peer as a support? Because you rightly said that, like, if the parents are not paying to school, that you would pay as a fees from the parent, and after everything gets settled down. So it looks as if you are financing parents.
Yes. Correct.
So
Correct.
my 2 points are, first, how much percent of deficit, which is expenditure over income, is being taken care by finance peer? Second question, will the parents' intervention or parents' confidence to be taken care of, that we are being like financed by finance peer, or you are just saying this by saying that I'm giving a kind of loan to the school? Just make little bit.
Correct. I'll explain. So firstly, in terms of deficit, how much we can, this is more in terms of retail lending. So parents are the ones who at the end is paying fees, and we are paying on behalf of the parents. So if all the parents' fees in terms of the deficit, if all of those parents apply to pay via finance, then we can cover 100% of the deficit. Because our understanding is those many number of parents should be okay to then start paying to finance at a later point in time, right? So that can be covered. Now, to a second understanding, right, how we are going to to the parents is not saying that we are giving a loan to the school, which we are not doing it, right? We are basically just giving fees to the school, which the parents own. So the school is not taking any loan as such. They're just getting their dues being paid by us. So the idea, what we're trying to communicate to the parents is, as of today, so far, when you pay your fees, you're not getting rewarded. So what we come and tell the parents, you're getting rewarded for paying your fees. How are you getting rewarded? Firstly, there is no liquidity problem. So you don't have to pay anything upfront. So we pay that on your behalf. Secondly, we provide zero cost or a free insurance to the parent. So in case there's a accidental issue of the parent, or as a critical illness, hospitalization, job loss, etc., then we insure them. So in case there's a earning parent who, because of some accidental issue or other death issue, then we sponsor the kids' education for all the years, not only for that year. So it becomes like a reward structure for paying your fees. Right? Plus, we have additional reward points given to them, cashback given to them. So if they purchase any other educational product, say they purchase a book from Crossword, or they want to purchase a Byju's product or anything, they'll get it at a much larger discount, say 30 to 40% of discount on that price. So effectively, here, if they're not paying a single rupee extra, but they're getting rewarded for paying those fees via us. Right? So that's the communication that we give it to them. So we don't say that you have to take a loan. We are just saying that if you pay the fees via us, you will be rewarded. And at the same time, the institution will get the cash flow upfront so that they can provide you better facilities. At the end of it, if the institution has more cash flow, they can provide better facilities to you. And if you restrict the cash flow, the institution will not be able to come out and provide facilities to you. Right? So they will also have their hands restricted. So parents do understand this. So today when we started this, even with a group called Orchid, right? So we did start, a lot of parents started paying. They only have to see that the school has taken some steps for them. Right? From the normal solution, they have come ahead and they've tried to take some steps, because parents do understand. See, they are worried that they may not send the kid to the school, but they understand that education is necessary. Nonetheless, it has to go on. Right? And if they don't make the fee payment, what will happen with the schools? It's not just a matter of this year. So parents are willing to do it. They just need some support. And if you showcase that support solutions to them, they're more than happy to start making those payments. Because for them, it's not a 50,000 annual fee that they're paying. They're paying nothing. And next month onwards, they hardly pay 5,000 per month. So they're happy to do that, right? As long as this service is given to them.
Okay.
Okay, so completely out of time, Rohit, now. We have our next guest with us, in fact. Yeah.
Actually, it's a very valid discussion going on. If a time allows, just a one-liner question from Rohit. Yeah. After a school gets a finance support from finance peer in the form of cash inflow, and school has given a support to the parent. Mm-hmm. Apart from this, cash has come to the school between parent and finance peer. School doesn't remain with any role. You mean to say that?
Yes, correct. There's no liability on the school at all. Thanks a lot.
Everyone is looking at liability these days. Don't worry. So having said this, thank you very much, Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you for your improvisation, if I may say, Rohit. Thank you for accepting to broad-base this up. In fact, I will also recommend all the school leaders across, or say outside of India, and do check out with your local NBFCs if you may have a solution like this. This is, I think, right now the solution only for the Indian audience. But hopefully they go global next year for that matter. But this is a power one should hold in our hand. Financial planning I have done at my level as well. It's a very integral part of it, and I'm sure we are all facing it now more than any time before, if I may say. So people like Rohit and the expert like these would be of tremendous help in these times to us. So thank you, Rohit. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you.
Hope to get in touch with you again. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
So I am now inviting, in fact, I already have with us our special guest, and I would like to quickly see if I can locate Andrea. Andrea, you're there? Can you unmute yourself? Oh, I think she was there. Okay, so Kavita, if you can, Kavita, you there?
Yeah, I'm very much there. Yeah.
So I just saw Andira, and then I think I have missed her. Can you just check with her once, please?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Yeah. No, she's not around right now. Now she's coming in. She's coming in. Yeah, she's just joining. So Kavita, obviously Kavita, ladies and gentlemen, all of you know Kavita for that matter. She's looking beautiful today as well, and she was looking beautiful yesterday as well. So having said that, I will quickly put a perspective. Kavita Sanghvi is a principal at the CNM Global School, CNM School, in fact, in Mumbai, India. She is a dear friend to Andira, and in fact, she helped us bringing Andira to IPN Voyage. In fact, both of them were together at the Global Teacher Awards. I think they've both been finalists, and Andra eventually went ahead and won that award at one point in time, I believe so. But then they have remained friends largely, and which is why we have Andra with us. So for everything else from now on, which is the introduction part, your dear friend, and she is now our guest, if I may say. Andra, welcome from all of us at IPN Voyage 2020. If you can hear me, you can say a quick hi to all of us. You're there?
Absolutely. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It's morning in the UK, and it's just such a pleasure to be here and join this conference with you, because I must admit it just shows how incredible school principals are and teachers are, that even on a Sunday we are committed to helping our community. So thank you. I'm honoured for this invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Completely our pleasure. Kavita, over to you, please.
So Andrea was a winner of the Global Teacher Prize in 2018, and she was a year ahead of me, and I was the top 50 in 2017 and 2018 when I met her. What really touched me was the warmth with which she received me. There is no airs about talking with Andrea. You can just go talk a wonderful conversation. And that's the beauty of being with Andrea. So she's in UK, she's a teacher there, and she knows so many languages. In fact, she can speak Gujarati also.
Kemcha.
That's Andrea for you. She teaches humanities. And once the child has been touched by Andrea's teaching, the child carries it years to go. So Andrea, first of all, thank you so much for accepting this invitation from us. We in India have been really wanting to know about the teaching aspects in the UK, what is happening across, and how are you all taking ahead the COVID-19 situation. So really from all of us in India, thank you so much. And over to you.
It's my pleasure, and it's just been quite extraordinary what's been happening over the last 4 months and how we've adjusted. But if you wouldn't mind, I've got a presentation I'd like to share with you, and people just sit back and relax, and hopefully this will inspire you, but also give you some information of what we've been doing. So just bear with me 1 second. Okay. So hopefully you should have on the screen the first slide. So just again to reiterate what Kavita said, my name is Andrea Zafiraku. I've been working at Alperton Community School in the London Borough of Brent for the last 14 years. And Brent is, many of you who have been to the UK will know that it's the most diverse community probably in the whole of the UK. At the moment, because of the high diversity levels, it's also been an area that we have had the most COVID cases. There is a lot of deprivation in our areas, in our community. And just to kind of give you a little bit of an idea of my wonderful school. So we have got 98% of our students who attend the school, and there's 1,400 of them. So from those 98%, they all come from ethnic minority backgrounds. So they are not, their first language is not English. So it just goes to show the beautiful multicultural community that we live in. And it was really difficult. I think in March when we closed down the school, it was one of the saddest days I've ever met, because as you know, a school building it should not be empty. It should be full. It should be buzzing. It should be full of life. It should be full of young people talking, communicating, teachers talking and sharing ideas. So we were very anxious, and obviously it's something that, you know, like every school, we've tried to see what we could do. And like with many of you, I can honestly say, hand on heart, I've never worked so hard in my entire life than what I have done now. I mean, it's been a huge challenge for us all. Background for me, I teach the arts, so I'm an arts teacher, and I'm also a senior leader of my school. And the reason why I'm really passionate about speaking to you is that I know that many of you are now thinking about your curriculums and how we need to adjust and how they have adjusted. But I think for me, it's all about this. It's the arts. It's bringing it down to what is significant and what is important to our young people. And I want to just carry on planting the seed that the arts are important. And I'm sure many of you have probably heard this from your parents, like I have, from your students, from their parents, to say, you know, what's the point of the arts? But if we have a think about how vital creativity has been, how vital and how almost natural it's been for our young people when they've not been given a school task to do, they've been wandering off, creating, making, exploring. And this is all creativity, and this is why it's so important that we still nourish these incredible skill sets. And then if I was to ask you just to kind of reflect and just to kind of step back and think, go back into your imaginations and your memories, and to think about the first piece of creative work that you did. So was it an art form? Was it something that you made? Was it something that you built? And I'm sure that those memories are strong, and I'm sure that you can remember the colors, and I'm sure that you can remember why you were making that. Was it a human connection? Was it you were asked by a certain person in your family to make these? And I'm sure that you can remember how you were feeling when you made these. And the reason why I have this slide here, it's a French cave painting, and this has been dated to 30,000 BC. So 30,000 BC. And for me, what this explains is that the natural ability, the natural wanting for a human being to make art, it's nature, it's there, it's just part of everyday communication. So it's in us. So we need to make sure that we nourish this, because this is one of the things which I think will really, really heal. So if we have a look at what the challenges that we have faced, and these are, I'm going to be exploring these through the eyes of myself as a UK teacher, but I'm sure that there is many similarities that have gone across many countries, and I'm sure many of you have felt the same. But the first thing that we've noticed was the inequality that we know that many of our young people do not have devices at home. Many of our young people, we have many families many families who have many siblings who come to us, and there's not enough technology to support them. We're a Google school, so we went straight to Google Classrooms. We had the infrastructure in place, and many of our students were able to access it. But again, if you think about the teachers, many teachers, especially myself, I never used to teach from Google Classrooms, because my art room is the place where everything happened in that space. So we're noticing inequality. We noticed the fact that many of our families had nothing, not even paper and pencils at home. So again, we supplied lots of things. We kept the school open. We actually did keep the school open throughout the whole period, because we knew that some of our students were so highly vulnerable that they had to be in school. And we provided resources for them to take home, and obviously we more or less stripped our school from laptops, and we were giving them out to our local communities, the students that we know needed them the most. But again, if we're having a look, at this computer screen, I really don't like teaching through a computer. We must bear in mind that many subjects, they're not ideal to be taught through a computer. So if we have a look at the arts and humanities subjects, like arts, drama, music, the one-to-one here is really important. And why is that so? Because what happens in these subjects is that journey, the journey of creativity from the first moment of the instruction to that next second, that's where the teacher is needed. That's where we can give instant feedback, and that will help the outcome become even better. So that's probably why I miss my classroom so much. And another challenge that I've had is that I've really reflected on how I've been teaching and what I've been teaching. So I've been setting tasks online, I've been creating PowerPoints, I've been videoing myself, teaching my students. But what I've been really mindful is the quality of information that I was giving to my young people, the quality of my instruction that I was giving to them, the time that I would give for them to make a task. We know that our young people need that kind of structure. We know that they need time boundaries and motivation. So for me, I was very mindful about that, and constantly going back to almost assessing them, to say, like, how have you understand? Just check this, just check that, because this is what I think is very, very important. The fact that we, without realizing, our teaching as teachers has got to change when we are teaching online. Another thing that may have been a challenge is the quality of the lessons and the work produced. It's if you're thinking about, if the ideal in this particular situation is that every child had access to a computer, and they were being taught 5 hours a day. Well, what kind of quality do we want those young people to have for those 5 hours? And is that healthy? Are they having a variety of lessons, or is it just, again, that didactic kind of on-screen type of learning? I tried to make my lessons as variable as possible. I tried to just put the instructions on the screen, and the rest of the time they were creating, they were making in their houses and their environment. And another thing is that the skill set that we have adapted. Certain teachers didn't have the skills to automatically go to online teaching. And I remember the first thing I did was, one of my very, very good friends, who I've been teaching in my school for years, her name is Lakshmi, she's a computer teacher, and I just called her up and I said, Lax, how do I use Google Classroom? So I was reaching out to my friends to say, look, I need to be able to access it. So it was quite scary for me. And quite scary for everyone who has been teaching in a certain way, but very comfortable in that particular comfort zone of their classroom, automatically being exposed to this. We have had to change. But I think for me, also another thing is, really interesting is that loss of engagement and relationship. So, you know, how many times have I called my students at home to wake them up to say, why have you not attended my lesson? Only to find that their mum and dads were sleeping too. So again, it's like some of them, they need the engagement, that motivation just to wake up. So, and I'm worried because I think teaching is mainly and should be about building relationships and working with young people to get them with you. And that's the beauty of teachers, that we do build relationships with young people naturally. And I always was worried of the fact that will my students feel strange not having me there, not knowing that I'm there, and not communicating to me in the same way. And also, in terms of, we go down to personal is very interesting, because personal is about me and about my mindset and about my well-being. And if we have a think about what's happened to many of our teachers, our younger teachers as well, many of them have been isolating at home and have just been teaching. Some of them have not had that human contact with other professional colleagues. How have they been? How has their mindsets been? How's their mental health been? So we must remember to have a think about this. So if we have a look at what our young people have been saying to us and some of the challenges they've faced, and I'm been lucky enough to be in contact with many of my students during this time, the biggest thing which they've felt was a hardship was relationships. They really have missed that human connection. They really missed communicating, learning from their peers, because as you know, sometimes our young people learn better from their peers than they do from us. And that's been a really key thing that we need to kind of bear in mind. And again, their adaptation to online, you know, to be honest with you, I know that our young people are fantastic at adapting to online learning or adapting to any new thing. But have they had the accessibility, and how many different types of ed tech resources and things have we given to them, and they've had to adapt to these different types of platforms. Mental health, I mean, huge. Now, to be completely honest with you, I've really battled with this word mental health, and I'm not sure I like that word, because the reason being is because I always associate the word mental health as people who have struggled. So people who are struggling with their health. But actually, we need to flip that word and hopefully change it, because I think for me, what this means is the fact that every person, every young person, every adult should have the ability to self-recognize what they're feeling, why they're feeling, and how they can move on from that. And I think many of our young people really struggle to understand why they've been angry, why they've been disengaged. But what we need to think about is how we can try to work on this and give them the skills for them to self-identify and then to build on. And many of our young people have had, and this is quite interesting, because when I first thought about it, I thought, oh, there'll be so many young people out there who have been happy that their exams have been cancelled, so assessments have closed, have finished. Well, actually, if you think about it, our young people have been, you know, for all of their lives, have been working towards their GCSE or A-level examinations, a university examination, been working towards these, and all of a sudden, it's just closed down. They've had no closure. They've not experienced that process of walking into an examination hall or taking those online summative assessments. And that's big, that's huge. In terms of bad news, as you can see, unfortunately, we've had lots of strange and stressing news. So we had the Black Lives Matter movement, which erupted all over the world. And normally in schools, we pick that up. We will automatically have an assembly, or we'll just check in. We'll see what the temperature is like, what the conversations are like with our young people, to see if they're okay. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to do that as well as we normally would have done. So they're exposed to bad news, and they're thinking, well, what's the future of the world? What's the future of my jobs? What university will I have a chance to go into? What employment will I have? Because my dad is at home. He has got many degrees, but he has no work. And when you're thinking about, and a young person thinking about their future, it's been planned in their head, but all of a sudden COVID has shifted that, and they are feeling very, very vulnerable. Self-management, motivation, again, we've spoken about this, is them getting out of bed. And unless you have those incredible learners who have just got that drive and that passion to learn and love learning, then this is a huge challenge for many of our young people. Safeguarding, I mean, I'm sure we've all experienced horrific cases of safeguarding in our schools, and you know, they've been witness to this. Nutrition, many of our young people, especially in my school, is where they get a hot food, they get a meal a day, and I know many of them have missed this opportunity. And I know that it's quite interesting, just to give you an idea of my school community. When in London, when people were preparing for the lockdown, you know, supermarkets were empty, they were finishing, you know, there was nothing on the stocks. But if you came to my community, my area, there was still lots of things on the shelves. And the reason for that is because they had no money, they don't have money to buy these things. So in terms of nutrition, I'm very concerned, especially because food banks are running dry now. And I think the last thing that my young people have always, you know, they always want to know is, Miss, how well am I doing? How is this piece of work? How good is this? They want to know what progress they're making in their education. They want to know this, but how has this been possible for them? So this slide here is quite interesting because it's the power of the art room. But I'd like you to know, we can change this, the power of any schoolroom, which is say any classroom. Because for me, I like to think about, and what I'm very proud about is, you know, what do we make in our schools? You know, what do we make? Who do we make in our schools? Because I see my art room as a place whereby before I'm teaching, I think about who am I going to make today? What do they want? What do I want them to gain? Do I want them to be explorers in my lesson? Do I want them to be communicators? Do I want them to be able to critique and evaluate today? So who are we making, and what are we making when we are teaching online? And one of the things that I'm really proud of, and I think this has probably been a really symbolic moment in my teaching career, is that during lockdown, when the Black Lives Matter, which I'm all sure you know about, happened, many of my young students, new and old, they reached out and they just sent me some artwork, and this is how they reacted to that. They reacted by creating art. They reacted by getting into their creative zones and producing these artworks. And I think that's really what is, for me, the best part about being teachers, is that we have helped them to address their concerns, their fears, their anxieties, their anger, their state of mental health through art. And I'm hoping that many of you teachers have also experienced some fantastic moments during this time which you can hang on, that your young people have given to you. But if we're having a look at, again, the power of the art room, for me this has been the moment that really changed my life through my career. And a very quick story I'm going to talk to you now about a student of mine. His name is Raf, and Raf really made me, I think, the teacher who I am today, because Raf really disrupted everything for me, in the sense of that he taught me to have high expectations. He came to my school when he was when he was just starting year 10, so he was 14 years old, and he came straight from a special educational needs school. His parents wanted him to go to a normal mainstream school, even though he was a complex child and had lots of special educational needs. Issues, labels, complex cases, which he was living through. And one of them was that he was a selected mute. So he came into my classroom for the first time, and he was introduced, and he was the most terrified person I've ever seen in my life. And one of the things which I'll never forget for myself was his mum and his dad, who, when I first met them, they said, "Look, Miss Safiraku," they go, "you know, we just want him to come to a normal school. We know he won't succeed. We know he won't do well. We know that he won't have any GCSEs, but we just want him to understand what it's like to be in normal society." That strange word, normal. And as a young teacher, I felt, okay, that's not a problem. I would just try and do my best. But actually, what I learned from Raf was actually he was a fantastic artist. He was an incredible artist. And although he had all those complex special educational needs, Raf was able to paint, he was able to draw. And what he did was that when he was doing his GCSE art, he managed to get a grade D. And his parents were just over the moon and so happy because their son had got their first GCSE qualification grade, and that was a grade D. I, on the other hand, wasn't that happy because he was only 3 points away from a grade C, and if he had a grade C, he would have been able to do A-level art. However, so what I then did was I went to my principal and I said, look, you know, what's the chances? Can we try and get this young person to do an A-level? It will change his life. We will help him. We'll support him. We'll do everything we can, but we'll try and get there. And after 2 years, Raf got an A in A-level art. And again, this was just the most incredible historical period of my life. The fact that he did actually get that A grade. But for me, what was beautiful is the fact that Raf, he was so confident now. He's able to communicate with other people. He was able to express himself through his work. He does have a stutter still, but he's learned to acknowledge that and accept that. And he's happy to work with younger people. So I think that's one of the amazing things that I've learned just by having those high expectations. And another thing that I know has been quite obvious to us now is the fact that our young people now have really suffered through COVID and have really struggled being at home in their home environments. And this is another example of why I think, again, the arts has been such an incredible life-saving moment. And for this young lady here, this student, she was what I would call a ghost, the most wonderful, perfect student in your class who would never do anything wrong, always did the right thing, never talk, she'd never put her hand up because she was too embarrassed, too shy. You'd very rarely hear your voice. And when she was doing her GCSE art piece, this is the work that she produced, and it was, for me, it was mind-blowing. But I felt really, I had concerns and I had lots of worries about this because, you know, I never realized that this student would ever create something so complex, so angry, so raw. And then after speaking to her through this piece of artwork, obviously she was terrified in speaking to us after she made this. And when I spoke to her, I said, you know, what's happening, Rena? Tell me what's happening. And then we found out that she was she burst into tears, and she told us that she was self-harming because in 3 weeks' time she was going to be married to somebody in another country because she'd finished her examinations and her parents were just going to marry her off. And she didn't want to get married. She wanted to stay and study and become a nurse and help people. And I think for me, what we learned from this piece of work, and what I learned was actually this was a wonderful, a powerful, a very strong, loud shout for help. Help me. And again, this has come through her artwork. And just to kind of finish that story, Rena did finish her studies. Her parents kept her in the UK, and she went to Imperial College in London, where she studied to become a doctor, and she is now successfully, she's a doctor in our UK hospitals. So we're very proud of Rena. So a very interesting question, you know, is there hope? What's the hope? What's the hope for us all? What's the hope for teachers? What's the hope for educational systems during these very, very strange times? But actually what's been beautiful and what's been really wonderful, and I've felt it and I've seen it and I've experienced it, is the fact that how we've really been celebrating teachers, and how, you know, because parents have had to, the role of the parent has changed quite a lot at home. And as a parent, it's definitely changed for me in terms of homeschooling and really being responsible for your child, you know, for 24/7. And it's been very, very interesting to see the value of teachers and how incredible they've worked during this time and have always worked. But now we seem to be recognized. How interesting is that? Secondly, I think what's really interesting is the fact that it's been wonderful to see so many people sharing their resources. So teachers are sharing their resources, institutions and corporates are opening their doors and letting teachers use their online facilities free. And this has been wonderful because it's really helped again to upskill us and consider our pedagogy and think about how we are doing things and why we teach in this way. And actually this resource that I was using 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, is it really fit for purpose? Is it really the way that I need to be communicating with my young people now, who are learning differently, who are wanting to learn differently? Our pedagogy, my teaching has changed, and actually I'm quite excited in the direction it's going. I'm quite excited with the new technology that I have been able to use in order to improve how I'm teaching. And although I'm desperate to go back into my classroom, and I'm desperate to go back into my classroom, I miss the smell, I miss the mess, I miss the energy of my classroom. I am competent and confident that I think some of this new technology and pedagogy that I've been using will stay the same. And we have been exposed to so much incredible virtual CPD. I mean, look, we're here together. I mean, who would have thought? Who would have thought that I'd be meeting you and connecting with you all across these thousands and thousands of miles? But we're here and we're sharing ideas, we're collaborating on a global scale. And I think this has been wonderful, really inspirational and eye-opening to see the incredible pedagogy and different things that are taking place across the world. And in terms of assessment, you know, there's fantastic opportunity for assessment. If you think about what's happening in the UK, and I'm sure in many other countries, that in July and June, that's when the examinations take place. Well, actually, assessment has more or less been cancelled, and teachers have had to give their professional grades over to the examination boards. Now, that's never happened. So we've never been asked to give our professional grades over, and that just gives us a sense of increased feeling of trust, and actually my judgment as a professional is valid. The fact that my confidence in giving a student a grade, and that's what it's going to be, that has been accepted and that will be honored. And I think that is powerful. So why not let's think about assessment and what we can do to change assessment, and does it have to be summative assessment, or is there other ways in which we can assess our young people? We've talked about global conversations, and again, the trust that as a teacher, I've been studying for years to be a teacher, and finally, I feel that my professional judgment is valid. So, and the other thing is that as school leaders, which you all are, in the UK, we have a very top-down heavy model of leadership from the government, but I'm really hoping that you had a chance to do things in your own way, to be creative, to think about different things that you could then instigate in your schools to save your communities, because at the end of the day, you know your communities best. And I've just put this incredible, I love this, I have to be honest, she is my favorite Prime Minister at the moment. I mean, Jacinda Ardern from New Zealand, she understands the fact that creativity is the way forward, and to help her young people survive and heal and cope with COVID. And as a result of that, she's put $4 million New Zealand dollars into their creative economy for their teachers. And I just think that's exemplary. That is fantastic, powerful leadership there. So we're preparing to go back to normal, and yes, my school is going back to normal. We've had I think over 150 students coming in over the last 2 weeks, and I'm really excited about, when will the school be theirs? When will it be theirs? Because as I said to you before, the school building, a school is not a school unless it's packed with young people and teachers, and it's the energy and the buzz and the excitement of learning that, and that's how I'm hoping that schools will be back and in that space very, very soon. But if not, is this the new way of teaching? So just something to reflect there. And other things that we need to think about is that, what is that knowledge and skills gap? I know we're trying to address this very, very carefully in our schools, that we have to acknowledge there will be a knowledge and a skills gap, and especially from the vulnerable and the disadvantaged. And how do we support that? What's the right thing to do? What is the morally right thing to do as well? And in terms of social distancing, so in the UK, we have got now a 1 meter plus social distancing rule, and I'm really upset about that, because I did try to purchase this dress here that you can see on the screen. It's 2 meters wide, so I was hoping that this was going to be my PPE outfit when I go back to my school, but alas, it's slightly wide. And then we have to think about, how do we teach? What is the right way of teaching? Something that I think people will forget about is those extracurricular wonderful opportunities that make your school experience so more memorable. And what I'm talking about here is the trips. It's when you have those expert speakers coming into your school to inspire your teachers and to inspire your staff. These are the people that really, really make a difference and really help to keep engagement pure and keep and have those lifelong learning opportunities there. When will these people be able to come into our schools? When will we be able to take our students out on different types of trips? I'm worried about this, because as we know that these are the best parts of our school days and the ones that we remember forever and ever. And something that, again, it's interesting. Again, it's what subjects we prioritize. So will there be a priority of subjects who will have the curriculum when we go back to school? Will these be the normal, like the English, maths and science as it was in the UK? I hope not, because what will then happen is that our young people will automatically think that the other subjects are not worthy. And when I'm talking about the other subjects, it's humanities, it's the arts, it's the creatives, it's, you know, we need to be very, very careful, because our young people need the skills within these subjects too in order to thrive, because as we know, they are transferable skills which they adopt in these subjects. And what will the recruitment be of newly qualified teachers and recently qualified teachers? You know, what would happen to those teachers? Will we be full? Will we have a full teacher cohort? Will many of our teachers leave? I'm not sure in India whether or not there has been any cases of teachers leaving the profession or a reluctance to join it, but what would be the case for that? Because many of our new teachers have been teaching in school. Don't forget, they've not had that full exposure and experience of completing one academic year of teacher training in a school, because they've had to kind of had a shortened teacher practice time. So how do they feel? Are they ready? Are they equipped to then go back into the classroom and teach as normal? Transition, this is really interesting. So transition is looking at our young people from the ages of the young people coming into the school. So I'm a secondary school, and so I'm looking at all my primary young people coming in. Oh my gosh, what was their experience like in their primary schools? How have they coped? Have they been going to school? Have their parents kept them at home? What's been happening? And again, we're going to be having an interesting adjusting mindful period, minefield, I think, of period there. And something that I think I'm very kind of, as you know, passionate about the creative subjects, but we have to now think about the careers. So what careers will our young people have been successful and supported during COVID, and which careers have more or less disappeared during COVID? Because this is what we need to make sure that we carry on supporting all different types of avenues of different types of industries, because every child is different. So if we have a look, think about what we need to do now and what our way forward is and how we look ahead. And again, I think it's really exciting times. And sometimes I get asked, Andrea, if you're a Department of Education or a head teacher, what would I do? Well, I think now is a really exciting time to think about, again, this very strange term, mental health, and what that actually means, and how can we make sure that we prepare our children and we really think about the character skills, the character buildings which they need, because as we know that academic progress and they will make better academic progress and they will perform better if they're able to self-manage and heal. And now I think is a great opportunity to think about assessment and how that will look like, because if we had the closure of examinations, which we did, for example, in the UK, what does this mean, and what other opportunities are there? Because there's so many things that we can do. In the UK, we expect young people to sit 30 examinations during 3 weeks of May to June. 3 weeks, 30 examinations. I mean, that's bonkers. How much of that will they retain? It's just really, really strange. So let's have a think about that. Let's think about also industry connections. How can we build on industry? How can we start connecting our industry into our schools? But not only that, our universities, to see what good practice we can adapt and the networks there we can do. How can we recruit new teachers? How can we retain new teachers, the quality teachers? What ideas do we have there? I think one of the things which I think is so important is to invest in your CPD. And one of the things which we did in my school we've done for years and years and years is that we made sure that every Monday 1 hour was dedicated to staff CPD. So every single member of staff had a bespoke program that they would again upskill themselves, and we carried this on during COVID. And I think this is brilliant. We must make sure that every teacher acknowledges that just because you graduate doesn't mean you know everything. That quality ongoing CPD is an expectation and is vital when you are teaching in schools. And again, trust. And this message is more or less trust is probably to the Minister of Education, because my question to them would be, if you do not trust your schools and your school leaderships, then why? Why do you not trust them to make decisions for their young people, to lead how they see fit, and to support them in guidance, but to let them lead and do their jobs? And so going back to the importance of teachers, and I know I've been going on for quite a while now, I just want to share with you a very beautiful story. You know, this is the story of a young student of mine that I taught many, many years ago, and she was a student from Nepal, and she was the most tiniest thing ever, tiny human being, and her work was tiny too. And I tried so hard to make sure that I was trying to kind of get her to work bigger, and outside the size of a 50 penny piece, which is probably an inch in diameter and width. And finally, over those few years, she came in on her examination date, and she just brought in this huge big plank of wood, and it was 1.5 meters by 1.5 meters. It's the image you have in front of you. And she made this piece of artwork, and I remember saying to her, just when she was carrying in that plank of wood on that first day, I said to her, Sampada, I don't know what you're going to do, I don't know what you're going to make, but I just want you to let you know that I want to buy your work. I'm going to buy your final piece of work. What was quite funny is that she giggled away, but I kept my promise, and I did buy that piece of work from her. I said, how much? And she charged me something stupid, but I gave her a little bit more. So I gave her £50, and I bought this piece of work, and which I had been hanging in my office for the last, I think it was about 7 years. So last May, she got in touch with me, and she says, Miss, I've got some news for you, because obviously children, when they still leave, they call you Miss, don't they? And she told me that she was being invited to be part of this program. I don't think you may have heard of it in India, but it's called the Great Pottery Program, Throwdown. And what it is a collection of just artists who get together and they make pottery and they film them. It's almost like a competition. And my Sampada was in that program, and she was selected out of thousands and thousands of applications to be there. And you know what? I just thought that's one of the reasons why I become a teacher, just to help young people, you know, by planting that seed and watching it grow and giving them the strength, giving them the confidence, helping them develop the personalities and keeping in touch. And I think that just has brought it all the way back to why, although this has been the most challenging part of our lives, COVID has given us all grey hairs and has made us lose hair as well, many of us. But this is why we do it, for these magic moments that we have. And I'm going to give you 10 seconds just to read this, but this is from an extract from one of my favourite books. It's from Alice in Wonderland. And this is the part of the conversation where the Queen and Alice are talking about impossible things. Alice doesn't believe she can believe in impossible things. And the Queen says, why sometimes I believe as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast. And I think this is what we do as teachers, as school leaders, every single day. We do the impossible. We absolutely do the impossible every single day in our school communities. We take young people from whatever background and we turn them into some exceptional young human beings who are then the masters of their own universe. And just to finalize and just to kind of close my presentation, I love this piece of work. This is from an artist called Bob and Roberta. And he's a huge campaigner for the arts and education. But if I was to take the word art away from this and just put the word people, I think that's exactly what teachers do, and why it's so important that we support the education systems in our school countries, in our school communities, because no one makes people quite like we do, like what teachers do. Thank you, everyone.
Very nice.
I hope it was useful, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Correct. No, very, very powerful words of Andrea. Am I pronouncing your name correct? Andrea, right? Is that right?
Andrea, yes, that's right. Yes.
Andrea. Okay, lovely. So, in fact, I would request Kavita to step in, and possibly we can have a volley of questions for you, because I have never seen arts in this form largely. But then this is a new revelation for me as well. So obviously we'll open up the house for question Q&A largely. Ladies, we have still quite amount of time with us. Andrea was very, very brisk, if I may say, in her presentation. So nevertheless, anyone who want to go ahead with this first question? Ritika, Ratna, your question? Ritika, you can unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
Yeah,
right.
Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much, Andrea. I think you've just kind of, what can I say? You've just shaken everybody up. You've woken everybody up. Afternoon siesta oblique, a bit 10-minute lunch that Gaurav very, very kindly gave us. And thank you so much, Kavita, for introducing her to all of us. I think you are such a positive influence on the students. And I really, really wish that we could have more of you, perhaps clone some of you and have us. My question to you is this, that in a place like the UK, where you say you teach in a community school, but having said that, Andrea, you still do have access to technology. You do have access to good band speed and bandwidth and good Wi-Fi. There are many teachers who are teaching the arts, craft, even theater, dance, all of that. They would love to take this forward. They would love to be inspired. They'd love to inspire children because, excuse me, they really want the best at a time like this. As you know, you are helping all the kids out there. But what would your suggestion be for teachers in the creative fields in a place like India, where all the things that you have and take for granted are not easily accessible to many teachers over here? And they are very talented. I know many of them, and they'd love to do and help children out. What would you suggest?
I think it's not just about the outcome. So when we're looking at the arts teachers and drama teachers, it has been extraordinarily difficult for us because we have had our main rooms taken away. Our teacher world has been taken away. I think what we have to look at is not just think about the end product when we're teaching, is thinking about the processes. So I think this is where the models of creativity is so important. Creativity is not just making art, it's that whole questioning. What would happen? Why would this happen? How can I change this? And I think within our discipline, we can find activities for our young people to do whereby we're just posing a series of questions and letting them explore. The brilliant thing about our subjects is that there's no right and there's no wrong. We don't have to say to them, you must produce this particular outcome. We'll leave it to the young people to take on their journey. Just the fact that they are spending time being in a creative zone is important. And again, Ritika, I do think about my world, and yes, we do have computers, but many of our young people don't have that. I spent hours photocopying packs and calling parents to come in just to say, take these packs, take them home because you can do something. But again, it can just be questions that you're just giving them time to explore and giving them that guidance to explore. And we can do that, and that's still really, really important. And many of our young people who do have mobile phones, and I think many houses do have mobile phones now, but just by taking pictures of the outcome and sending them to your teacher, that's good enough. That's brilliant. And I think, and teachers, we mustn't forget to praise that. We mustn't forget, because young people love praise, and they want to kind of have your feedback and your acknowledgement to say, oh, thank you, well done for doing that. I'll give you these many points or merits or whatever. So it has to be that two-way kind of relationship again. I hope that's helped, Ritika.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm just going to ask you one question. You showed us a painting as you closed your talk. And you said it was a gentleman who is very actively involved in arts and education. Could I please have the name again?
His name is, his artist name is called Bob and Roberta. So Bob and Roberta. It's the name of himself and his mother.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. All the best.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Dr. Irfan Elahi, please unmute yourself and ask the question. Dr. Irfan Elahi, you there? Dr. Irfan Elahi, I think we'll have to skip your question. Arjun Madhavan Kutti.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Arjun. So first of all, thank you so much, ma'am, for the session. It was great to know the students who you have taught, and it somehow, for me at least personally, brought like what is the most important part of why I have become a teacher or something like that. So that is the space. So that's thank you for that. Now going forward, like you had mentioned, you're working in a community school, and you mentioned a specific case where you had to call a student and you got to know that the person did not attend the school because he or she was sleeping and the parents were sleeping. That is a case which I also had to deal with on some level. So my question is like, and you mentioned that you are presently having a 98% attendance. Now, can you a little bit elaborate on different steps you might have taken so that this kind of this thing has happened? I understand the contexts are different, the internet connectivity and the things are different, but still, like, what are the kind of things that you might have done which you think could be applicable in our context also? Thank you.
Yeah, so engagement is absolutely huge, and Arjun, we haven't got it, we're not all there yet, but I think what has been really valuable is having every child has had a phone call conversation from a member of staff at my school, so we have spoken to them. We've also given them, we've still kept on giving them reports. So since this period, we've done a spring report, and we're going to be doing a summer report, which just gives them a red, amber, green on what the engagement has been like. Once we did that, we found out that actually students were more motivated, because again, they are, don't forget, they're so trained to this kind of assessment. I need to know where I am and what I'm doing. That after giving them almost kind of like a report card to say, this is where you are, you need to carry on engaging, that motivated them for the next round. And we're finding out now that our engagement has gone up quite a lot since that first report card. So again, it's still kind of keeping to business as usual, which has been really important. Phone calls home, that's been almost without saying. I think many of my students, especially the younger ones, and their parents are so they're almost annoyed with me calling home. But at the end of the day, you know, it's our job to make sure that they are still engaging as much as they can. They're still keeping the kind of the language of learning happening at home. We've sent packages with work, so sorry, it's a bit, I can't. There you go. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So thank you. So sorry, Arjun, we've sent packs.
Give me a moment, Andrea. Yeah.
There we go. I think yeah. So Arjun, we've sent packs home. So we've sent exercise books home. We've sent, or not just sent home, but we've opened the school and just said, come and collect on this particular day. Exercise books, paper, pencils, pens. So we've provided resources for the young people to come and work as well. So I'm sure many of this is happening in your schools, but I just think it's, that there should be no excuses why they can't access, because we are giving them the work, they can collect the work, we're calling home, parents have got to be held accountable, and we're doing reports cards. So hopefully that will get them mostly engaged. It's not 100%, but you know, we're working on it. I hope that helped, Arjun.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Dr. Sharma, you had a question?
Yeah, Andrea, my question is very straight, Andrea, that how have you integrated art into other subjects? If you can give some example, because we are at CBSE level, we are starting it.
Well, Dr. Sharma, the thing about the arts is that it's absolutely everywhere in every single subject. If you think about maths, you know, in terms of trigonometry, in terms of that's shapes. If you think about symmetry, again, Islamic art, that's all to do with measurement, and this is maths. If we have a look at science, we have light. We have you know, Leonardo da Vinci, who was one of the best explorers, creators, scientists. It's absolutely everywhere. So I think what is very important is that when we're talking to our geography teachers, is thinking about, well, how can we, you know, where can we help you to build your creative curriculum whilst teaching geography? In terms of, again, the religious subjects, you know, it's absolutely everywhere. The lovely, wonderful gods of Asia, the different symbols, you know, all of this comes, we can connect them through the arts. And if you just have a look at a museum, every single subject can go into any museum and use the tools, use the painting, use the artifacts to teach their subject. So actually it's not how arts can be integrated into other subjects, it's how other subjects should be integrated into arts.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gaurav.
You're welcome, thank you.
Savita Chadda, your question?
Good afternoon, Andrea, for such an enlightening session. My question is, it has got nothing to do with COVID. It's a universal asked query. And I really feel privileged because you are an authority in the field of arts. And many of my friends, educators within the country, outside the country, they will be benefited, I hope so, from this question. We have got something called as prescribed book list from kindergarten to senior grades, wherein for most of the school till grade 10th, because I have been serving in different capacity in different states of the country. So they are prescribing art and craft book also. Whereas I genuinely feel art is such a thing, as you have been talking about interpreting of the paintings of your students, whether somebody is getting married as per not their choices, and that was being revealed, and the way you have interpreted. So a word from you as an authority, do you think the educators should prescribe so-called art books in their book list? That is one thing. Secondly, because by doing so, when you are telling a child to draw a triangle or to draw a circle or to draw a flower in that specific manner and dimensions and color it in the way you want them, basically I genuinely believe that you kill the creativity in the child, and that is the essence of art and integration. So what is your take on this?
You see, that's a really interesting question, Savita, because I've not seen these booklets. So if you have a think about teachers who might not be confident at teaching art, because there's many teachers who are not, they get, they're suddenly terrified, and that's obviously a personal experience which they've had. Yes, it would be useful to have some kind of guidance, but I don't think the book is the right way to go. However, it can be a tool that you use just to start things off. However, I'm in complete the same mindset as you. I think it's down to having a much more collaborative, creative approach in your classroom, bringing your passions as a teacher. I think what I've learned is that when I see teachers who are passionate about their subject, it can be any subject, any subject, anything. That's what really motivates and inspires young people. So it's about trying to. But to be honest with you, I've not seen this book. I've never used one exercise book to teach. I kind of pick from lots and lots of different things depending on my classroom environment. So I think it really depends on the nature of the individual teacher, how well they are, how confident they are in delivering a creative subject. And if they're not, can we think about maybe some CPD where they can learn from other teachers in other schools on how to do this better? I think that's much more useful.
Thank you so much, because that is definitely going to help all of us, because in India we found many schools of different classes and varieties. They are into prescribing of art and craft book also into their book list. Thank you so much, Andrea.
Mashenka Madan, Mashenka Madan, your question?
Hi, Andrea. My question is, like, CBSE has already introduced and already told us that arts integration is must with all the subjects, and it is good for all the children. Now, where the child does not have the blend towards arts, so for him it's very difficult to go ahead with the diagrams in science and trigonometric diagrams in mathematics. So how would that child deal with the arts?
You see, I think, honestly, hand on heart, Mashenka, I think that we need to persevere with these young people, because maybe drawing is not their preferred type of artwork. Maybe it's building, maybe it's craft. So can we teach trigonometry? Can we teach shapes and maths through maybe craft, so cardboard and building and measuring, things like that? Because yeah, I mean, drawing is really kind of worrying, and it's a massive fearful approach for many young children, especially when they've been taught, oh, you can't draw, you've got that boundary there. But I think it's a case of persevering, mastery. They will get better. But also as a teacher, think about how else can I teach this? How else can a child do this in a different way that will still get them to the outcome that you want as a teacher?
Okay, thank you, Andrea.
Okay, Lalita, if you can, you have already unmuted yourself. Lalita, you can ask your question.
I wanted to ask Andrea, it is a problem in the third world. I'm from Zambia, and I don't know if you know where it is on the map, but somewhere in Central Africa. And one of the issues we have is trained art teachers. And a lot of people think drawing is art. I don't think so. And there's a lot of art around in Africa. Naturally, human beings have done art. However, what I noticed during this period, when we had the COVID lockdown and we were doing online education, it was our art teacher who was taking care of the personal, social and emotional issues.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were tired of looking at the screen with teachers and videos. And they look forward to music and art teachers. Of course, the sports teachers did their best sending their videos, but still they were alone. But in the art and music lessons, they were with everyone else in the class. That was the time to talk about the issues that they had. Art became, I should say, the secondary thing to do stuff. And then we posted videos, and some of our assistant teachers, they also got on board, and they did stuff with things around the house, and they posted it. And we had very good reactions from parents saying, oh, my kid loves to do this at the end of the online sessions. She's kept busy to do this. And we even had a few children, because of their, I think, their bundles or I don't know, connections broke. They were in tears because they missed the art lesson. They never cried when they missed some other lesson. But art lesson became important. My suggestion, and I think that we have never got together ever before like this online, for particularly people like us here in Africa. We have teachers' conferences, but we have to get somebody from outside. Now, if art has to flourish, why can't we do something on a regular basis from people like you who are veterans? And whether it is Khan Academy, who actually started with mathematics and he's gone on to so many things, art touches your soul. So why are we ignoring that? Ken Robinson says that the minute you throw out art, you have thrown away humanity. So why don't we as teachers get together? These questions that are coming about drawing books and other things is because we don't understand art. So people like you, we've got to start a movement.
Lavitha, it's just been such a pleasure hearing from you. And, you know, I'm going to vote you for my favorite prime minister, or I don't know. But you're absolutely right. I mean, what we have found that our young people have naturally gone to be creative, and you know, the African countries and Zambia in particular, you know, it's in your DNA, you know, to create. And not only that, but you create I found that the African colleagues of mine, when they create art, it's almost like they're entrepreneurs. They create things to make, so it's about designing as well. So it's in our DNA. But what I think we're very good at, which Ken Robinson has suggested, is that in a school environment, we don't see it as priority, we push it away. So for me, this has been a great moment in terms of COVID, whereby even myself, I've been keeping creative. I've been doing creative things. I found that I'm happier. I found that I'm much more resilient. I found that I'm able to kind of manage problems and heal. And I think that's been the benefit. So I'm with you in terms of helping Zambia sort out any issues which they have. But thank you for that, Lolita. That was a wonderful comment. Thank you.
I'll get my art teacher to get in touch with you. We can collaborate. How shouldn't we collaborate online?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Completely out of time now. Thank you, Andrea. But having said this, I will hand it over to Kavita. But before I go there, I should say this to you because I really got that as a pulse, that anything which you do, which has so much of heart in it. So basically, when I look at it, you ended up buying the painting done by your student, right? So you were not just doing a financial transaction, you were reassuring her, you were giving that empathy to her. And to me, that's far bigger than anything else. And that's a real job of a teacher. May it be arts, may it be maths, it can be immaterial of the subject which you teach. You have to love your ward at the end of the day. And the way you are showing it, absolutely phenomenal. Thank you very much for joining in. Hope to see you soon, possibly with us. Okay.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. I would love to say that, there's this quote that either I will find a way or I will find an excuse. And you've actually shown the way today by saying that arts is a subject that drives every other subject because it allows it to manifest itself. And you're so awesome, and your passion is so driving us to really perform and become better. So thank you so much for taking this invite and coming and speaking to all of us. And next time, we will have an art session with you.
Correct.
All right.
Actually teach
absolutely, absolutely. We should.
Why
That's
not?
Idea.
Why not? I have, yes, we can. I'll get my thinking caps on, my creativity, and see how we can do this. But it's been a pleasure, and thank you very much for the invitation. I hope the rest of your conference is just as fabulous as it has been for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Kavita. Thank you for your time, everyone. And we are almost at the end of our 2 days, and which have been a little exhausting. I must say this to you with all, because it is taxing to be seated on a same chair for a 3 to 4 hour, right? So having said this, we will quickly bring in someone I got to know very recently. And honestly, I have no idea about the gentleman until say 2 days ago. But then one of the school leaders very passionately wanted to bring him on board with us at the IPN. So he have had, if I may rightly put, because I had a conversation with him and I could figure out, he had a very tough journey as an individual, but then how has he fought back? And that's a real hallmark of his story, if I may say, and which is why I thought it will be wonderful if we can have Vikrant Mahajan with us. So he's a gentleman who is running a movement by the name of called Super Positivity Movement. Obviously, I would love Vikrant to share his journey, because that's a very inspirational journey. And from there on, obviously, we would love to know a little more about what is Super Positivity Movement. He's a motivational speaker, has been doing it across the globe, in fact, and he has been popular in the fraternity, if I may say, of motivational speaking largely. But as I said, I only got to introduce to him only 2 days ago. But when I spoke to him, I thought we should bring him on board with us today. So over to you, Vikrant. I have made you a co-host. You can edit, in fact, unmute yourself, and whichever way you wish to engage with us, please go ahead. And furthermore, in fact, we will then quickly do a sum up, if I may say, a quick wrap up of 2 days, which will be driven by Mrs. Murthy and Robert Thorne with us. So there'll be these two ladies and gentlemen with us, which will be for us for another 15 odd minute maximum. And then I will possibly thank all of you for being with us in the past 2 days. Over to you, Vikrant, and then we can go to the last part after that. You can unmute yourself. Yeah.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you for the generosity of this invitation. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yeah, you're audible.
Wonderful. wonderful, wonderful. All right, so super awesome life, everyone. I know this is a slightly unusual greeting, but then the times that we're going through, they warrant this unusual greeting. In fact, this greeting, super awesome life, is the lesson that I learned from a story that I'm going to share with you right now. So in 1976, there was born a boy in Jammu. He had the quintessential middle-class life till he was 21. He'd never been abroad. He'd never even sat in an airplane. Rather, he lived in one of the most disturbed, geopolitically disturbed areas on the planet, Jammu Kashmir. And all his growing up years, in the 80s and 90s, was when the Kashmir issue kind of blew up like an inferno. So it was the height of militancy. Curfews, strikes, crossfires, lockdowns were the norm of the day. 14-hour power cuts. So essentially, he grew up in the milieu, which was one of extreme negativity. And he had a very ordinary life. But there was one thing which was extraordinary about this person. And that was his extraordinary appetite and his extraordinary determination for transformation, for transforming himself and his life, and to emerge from where he was. So as a result of that resolution, that determination, after he finished his graduation from Jammu, he went to the University of Denver in the US to study publishing, came back, joined HarperCollins in Delhi as an editor, switched to modeling, and became the first runner-up, won the Mr. Photogenic at the Mr. India competition. Got a chance to represent India at Mr. Intercontinental in Germany, again a contest which got cancelled. Then he switched to filmmaking, and he wrote, produced, and directed a mainstream Bollywood film called Chalo Drive. But then on the path of transformation, he had missed a very, very important lesson, that he is going to keep encountering one setback after another. That life is a veritable baptism by fire, and that baptism never ends. Those trials, they are never meant to end. Of course, the response and the perception to those trials, the way we respond to those trials, will change. But those situations per se don't ever really go away. So when that film released at the box office in 2012 July, it was the biggest box office disaster of all time, the biggest flop. So he invested 5 crore rupees in that film, because at the peak of his career, he was India's highest paid lifestyle photographer, making a lot of money. He was married. So, he was ruling in the moolah. Then when that film released, within one day, all that effort of 2.5 years of starting from scratch and making that film from ground up, it came to zilch. The money went down, not a single penny was recovered from that film. The marriage ended within 6 weeks. A person who was driving a Mercedes one day didn't even have money to travel by an auto rickshaw in Mumbai. He stopped getting invited to parties and faced public humiliation. One reviewer from a national mainstream newspaper gave him -2 for the film. Now that could be a subjective, and that's material for another talk. But then that's what he received. And for a year, he wrote one script after another, met one producer after another, beseeching them for work. Nothing happened. Then after a year, he couldn't sustain in Mumbai, couldn't pay the rent. So he went back to his parents' house in Jammu. Life coming back full circle, and touching the circle at the very bottom. So 15 years of painstaking hard work, deliberation, it came a cropper. When he went back, that was 2013 September, once again, he resolved, he dipped back into that earlier resolve of unceasing transformation and of an unlimited transcendence of situations. So as a result, within the next 3 years, he broke over 100 Guinness World Records, starting with the longest speech in the world. And he wrote 30 books on motivation. He traveled all over India and the US, Kazakhstan, many other places, sharing his insights, his lessons of how he emerged from that extreme failure. And how earlier, where the emphasis was only on success, now how just the emphasis on inspiration enabled him to do this. And then he even went on to become the motivation coach to the Indian Olympic team. Last year, he accompanied Team India as the motivation coach for the Wrestling World Championship in Kazakhstan. It turned out to be the best ever Wrestling World Championship for India, where it won 5 medals. Then he accompanied the Indian boxing team, including Mary Kom, to the Olympic boxing qualification tournament in Jordan in March this year, which was actually the last international Olympic tournament, sporting tournament, before COVID-19 lockdown took effect. That again was the best ever qualification tournament for India. So what I'm trying to say, the long and short of that is how this person started from scratch, touched the pinnacle of success, then again touched the very trough, the very bottom of the barrel, and then again emerged to become a resounding success and inspiration, not for himself, but for a larger collective. And the lesson that I learned from that story is what I'm now sharing with you. Because that person in the story is me. And this is my story. I have lived through this story. And what I learned from it was summed up by Gaurav when he introduced me. This one word, super positivity. So, you know, everybody, I like to believe that everybody is positive. Everybody is positive. But we are selectively positive. Or we are oscillatingly positive. We oscillate between positivity, negativity, positivity, negativity, and then we keep getting battered and bruised. Super positivity, simply, very simply, if I were to define it very simply, it is unlimited, absolute positivity, regardless of what happens around us. Now, it doesn't mean that the conditions start becoming ideal, because I just told you about this Olympic program that I'm running for Team India. And we were, you know, all of us, like, I work with the Indian wrestling team, the Indian boxing team, the Indian archery team. So we were geared up for the Tokyo Olympics, which were originally slated for July this year. And my goal was to enable India to win 6+ gold medals at the Tokyo Olympics. And we were all charged up. And then came Corona, COVID-19, and it just threw cold water over our plans. So what I'm trying to say is that super positivity does not mean life becoming ideal. Super positivity means your response to life, your interaction with life becoming better than ideal. It becoming so powerful that you fulfill all your goals, your dreams, your visions. Of course, the time frame can vary, but you eventually do. And then, how do you overcome the challenges? The more important thing, how do you fulfill your dreams and how do you overcome challenges? It's a synthesis of two. Or if I were to put it in another way, super positivity essentially serves two functions. A, celebration, and B, improvement. So it is a synthesis, a fusion of the spirit of celebration and a drive for improvement. Or even better, an infinite spirit of celebration and an infinite drive for improvement. So one should not be misled by thinking of super positivity as a spiritual El Dorado, whereby you become super positive and you sort of live in an ivory tower where nothing's going to affect you anymore. Of course, you take away the first part, it's not going to be the ivory tower, but then yes, you will reach a point where nothing's going to affect you anymore. You will rise above that. And that message is what I've come today to you with. First up, before we proceed further, I'm going to ask you all, and you don't have to say it aloud, but this is meant to be an introspective sort of insight for you. How many of you, I don't know how many of you are keyed into this engagement right now, but this question is to all of you. How many of you have really learned the art of celebrating your life? And I don't mean it from an acquisitive perspective or from an accomplishment perspective, but this is the bare bones you. Shred every trapping, every identity of your life. And this is the existential question I'm asking you. How many of you, or have you learned the art of celebrating your life? Take some time, answer yourself. You don't have to answer me. Answer yourself. Because this is a fundamental question. Or you write down this question if you not have really got the answer yet. Write down this question. Have I learned the art of celebrating my life? Now I'm assuming that, school leaders, academics, they are part of this engagement, they're in the audience. So you're much more capable than I ever hope to be in academia, ever. But there's just this one small skill that I learned that enabled me to accomplish something that nobody in Asia has done, 100 Guinness World Records, 30 motivational books, and motivational coach to the Team India for Tokyo Olympics. So that's the accomplishment part. And I already shared with you the challenges part. What challenges I went through en route to this accomplishment. The only skill that enabled me to do that was not my intelligence. I have infinitesimal intelligence. I know that and I admit it. It is my capacity to transform, but first to celebrate life. Life in its pure, minimalistic sense, shred to the very basics. So when I came back to Jammu, and even in Mumbai after the failure of the film, one day I was driving a Mercedes and I said, I didn't even have money to put food on the table within 2 weeks apart. Actually, there wasn't even the table left because all the material possessions that I had, they had to be liquidated to resolve the debt component of the film. And so a mattress is all that I was left with. A mattress, a bed sheet, and a few clothes. So I have lived through the bare bones. I've seen both sides of the spectrum. The high-flying life, where I was flown in a private jet to Riyadh to shoot the wedding of King Al Saud's granddaughter, the King of Saudi Arabia's, his granddaughter's wedding. And then I saw walking from Andheri to Bandra for an audition because I didn't have money to pay for public transport. It is just that I celebrated both. I celebrated the creation and the destruction, perceived destruction of my life. That skill is fundamental now more than ever before. What happened in India, what happened 10 days ago with Sushant Singh Rajput is a wake-up call for everyone. I'm from the industry, so I'm giving you the perspective. I have been part of the nepotism. I've been at the receiving end of that glass ceiling. When my film released, somebody ensured that I got only 42 screens. I mean, to break even, we needed about 500 screens, and we would have got that. But there are always powers that try to kind of derail you, and that's fair enough. That's the world we live in. But then what I understood was just this one thing, was the art of celebrating failure. You know, we see failure as a country cousin or even a pariah. We always try to keep it at an arm's distance. We cannot fail. And as you know, Sushant himself had enacted in Chichore, you know, everybody's talking about success, but who's talking about failure and how do we overcome failure? So the first and the most important thing is, have I as a mentor or you as a school leader enabled yourself, first yourself. So that's why I asked you this question. Have you enabled yourself to access that zone of celebrating life sans all its trappings? And now is the bestest time ever for those trappings actually to have gone, or to have gone to a considerable degree. Have you learned that skill in these past 3 months? Have you started to celebrate things the way they are? And once again, I don't say it in a condescending or disparaging way or in a fatalistic way, that this is how it's going to be. Absolutely not. That's where the second part of super positivity, the drive for improvement. But you cannot short circuit this. You cannot jump to the second one. Okay, we're going to improve, we're going to improve. This is what Sushant was doing. If you see, you objectively go through his goals list, and I've written a book called Goaletics, the sport of goals. So I'm a goal-driven person. To me, everything is a goal. But the most important goal of all is the art of celebrating. Once that is in place, can we move to the second one? And since we have to culminate this engagement soon, so this is not really, I cannot go very deep into how do we touch celebration, but I'm just taking this as an opportunity to make you aware of what really goes wrong with our system, because this is my lifelong devotion and my lifelong study. It's not that I've studied a subject, I've studied the subject of life. What happens when people fail? What happens in the pursuit of success? So I've treated myself as that guinea pig. I don't quote anyone else, and there isn't any other reference point that I have. So I am the metaphor that I talk to you about. Celebrating life nonetheless. And we can do it. We can reach that energy out to the students. We can create a platform, but that depends on how willing you are. Is it still going to be like in another 7-8 minutes, my engagement is going to end? But is it going to be after this, oh, it was a nice conversation? Or is it going to be an introspection that we say, can we, once lockdown ends and life goes back to normal, can we inspire ourselves, our teams, our faculty, our teachers, and our students to an even more heightened awareness? And from that awareness will come the second part of super positivity, the more palpable part, which is the drive for improvement. I wouldn't have been the motivation coach to Team India. I wouldn't have got results for Team India if I had just relegated myself to the first part, celebrating. I would have just been celebrating. But that positive energy builds up inside you, and that leads you to continual, unending, unabated improvement. And that improvement will ensure tremendous results, academic results, financial results, inspirational results. Your students, your institution, that is going to become the veritable powerhouse that we all are capable of becoming. Not just you, me, or your institution, all of us. Because to me, that's the vision I have for the world. Super Positivity Movement essentially it's a non-profit where the idea is not to monetize super positivity, but to share super positivity with the world, because nothing helped me. Therapy didn't help me. I didn't go for therapy. I hear a lot of news people talking about having support systems, having this, and I literally am standing in front of you saying that unless you find it in yourself, each one of us finds it in ourselves, having the trappings of the world is not going to do it for us. Sushant had films, he was successful, he had endorsement deals, he had films on the floor, he had people living in the house. I was all alone, living in a ramshackle apartment, sleeping on a mattress on the floor for a year, without knowing where my next meal is going to come from. But just this capacity to keep celebrating, keep enjoying the phase that I'm going through, and keep my vision exalted for the times to come. See, I'm talking to you about 8 years ago, about a time 8 years ago, and here I am today. So many principles I'm assuming, and especially one gentleman I would love to celebrate through this engagement, Mr. Trilok Singh Bish, who's been an integral part of what I've done. And when he was the principal of Chota Mall, we did a lot of engagements together. So he has seen my journey. And that's the reason he reached out to Gaurav, and Gaurav so generously calibrated this for me. It is my capacity to celebrate and then to harness that energy towards improving myself and the world around me. So I'll tell you the other upsides of this quickly, and then we'll have 5 minutes for the question answer. In 2 minutes, I'll wrap up. The upsides are, as a son, I was away from my parents, and right now I'm in Jammu, in my parents' house. As a son, I've improved tremendously. Today, we don't have house help because everybody's gone back to their native place. So I've been brooming and mopping the house. And I'm sharing it with you very, very, very proudly, very super positively, because I'm finding celebration in that. I'm learning music production as we talk. I've written 4 screenplays during the lockdown. I've written 2 motivational books during the lockdown. Every evening, my parents and I, we play Rummy, card game, just for fun, for 1 hour. All this is happening not because I've become more gifted, but because I'm continually celebrating this phase, not after it's gone and in retrospect we look and then we'll say, oh, it was a good time. Now, we still have this opportunity. And then once we optimize this opportunity, once we say, yes, this is the way forward where not just for me, but for all of us to live our highest life possible, then we're going to lead our schools back, not just to the new normal, but we're going to lead our schools back to the new heightened normal. In parenthesis, we could have this word heightened, because I'm the same person. I'm as normal as I always was. But what has changed is my awareness. I am so much better off because of my awareness. So I know that all wonderful things have to pause and lead to other wonderful things. So going by the clock, my spiel has to now draw to a close. But I think we have a couple of minutes. If anybody has any quick question, we could take that. One question, perhaps.
We can take a Mashinka, Madan, you can ask your question. We can take a couple of questions, in fact.
Oh, great. Thank you, Gaurav.
And we can take Sarkarji's question and Savita Chadda's 3 questions.
Wonderful. Please go ahead.
Mashinka, you can ask your question, please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, Mashinka, yes.
I think we've been fortunate that you stepped in.
It's thanks to Mr. Gaurav and Trilok.
Yeah, like Gaurav said, he came to know about you 2 days ago only. But I don't have any question, but I just wanted to say that this was the right time, that the results are near, and of course everybody has to introspect and everyone has to inspire students because they are worried and a little tensed over their results. So this is the right time when you came in, and then even we could share with the students the positivity and the vision they have. Right, super positivity and the attitude towards life. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mashinka ji. Thank you. That was a wonderful addition to what I said.
In fact, before we go any further, I will quickly share why I really wanted, because we had a very tight schedule for 2 days and I wanted to make every moment worth in gold, in fact. So when I got to know about Vikrant, dear leaders, the fact of the matter is we can bring in someone who can be a majorly successful individual, but we know so many people who are successful and then we come possibly ensure their journey to you. But I'll just make one example, and Stephen can validate it for that matter from Australia, that I have heard that when they are hiring the most elite corps in the Australian armed forces, they usually never take an individual who has never failed in life. They have actually a criteria that if you have not failed in life, we will not select you. And so someone who is like a 90 percentiler, or for that matter, they ask on your resume as a very specific question, when you failed, how did you manage your failure? Because they believe that if you are selected in the job which you are selected for, which is a very elite corps, when they are hiring in the Australian Armed Forces, they believe that if you get it wrong at the level of being at the armed corps, it's a major mistake and you will not be knowing how to come back from that failure possibly. So that's a very interesting, so which is why I personally feel we should start inculcating one habit in our kids, in fact, which is about, if not celebrating, but understanding that failure and happiness are the two phases of a same coin. We need to start embracing them. It's too not mainstream, I would say. I mean, it is not yet mainstream. We somehow tag people that you are a failure. We start bullying them for that matter. So all that needs to be really inculcated, and that's a role of technically it starts from the school side, I would say. And which is why I thought Vikrant will be a great add to this session, and I'm sure he's done a great work with whatever time we could give him for that.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you.
Savita Chadda ji, Sarkar, aap question पूछिए. I think you guys have a question. As I said, I'll ask a couple of questions, then we have to wind this up. Yeah, over to you guys. Sarkar, Subhendu ji, I think this is Subhendu Sarkar. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Gaurav. Hi, Vikrant. This is Shubhendu Sarkar. This is Shubhendu Sarkar, your old Jammu Connect. I hope you remember me.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
I am your great admirer, knowing all your ups and downs in life, more of your achievement than all those gray areas. Let's forget those gray areas. You are now a bright star. In the present context, in the present context of what you had spoken today about celebration of life and everything, I have experienced such phases. But in the context of schools, I would like to ask you, how can super positivity be implemented in schools?
What a beautiful question, sir. And I'm so grateful, immeasurably grateful that you asked this question. So during this lockdown, I came up with, and there was another upside that happened. I was contemplating on how we can reach this energy to students, because this should not be about Vikrant. Then it becomes about an individual. How can we make it a systemic infusion of super positivity? So I've come up with a concept called a super positivity club. So a super positivity club essentially works on the lines of a robotics club, a maths club, a science club, or gardening club, XYZ. So in that, I've prepared a format and a list of rules. That means like once a week, interested students and teachers, they can meet for one period, at least once a week. And they talk about, consciously and actively talk about the positive developments in their life or in the world around them. Nobody's allowed to talk about anything negative. They cannot complain, they cannot criticize. They will just look at the upside. Because like I said, there can always be a downside to even the brightest situation. And there can be an upside to even the bleakest situation, as my example attests. So I have prepared this list. If any school is interested in this, and this is a non-profit club, there isn't any monetary sort of exchange. All that a school has to do is write into me, send an email at superpositivitymovement@gmail.com. And I will send you a list of rules. So I'll repeat that email, superpositivitymovement@gmail.com. And I will send you a set of rules and the club charter. If you're in agreement, then I will send you that license, and you can straight away go to lifetime free license. You can go ahead and organize that club, host that club in your school.
Would love to. Would love to.
Trust me, sir. Yes, please go ahead.
Rakesh Bhatia, your question, and Nishi, your question. We'll take up these questions and we'll bind this up. Okay.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you.
Nishi, please go ahead.
Very good afternoon, and I
Super awesome of him.
Like when you want something badly, see it in front of you.
तो मतलब मेरी पॉजिटिविटी इसकी नहीं थी
की शिद्दत होती है तो वो आपके सामने आ जाता है. So in this situation, and very rightly, the previous participant has asked the question, because this is also looming large, because of course, as you say, Sushant Singh, and we have situations like this. So I was also contemplating, like, how do we teach children how to manage their failures? Because managing success is easy, but managing failures is not easy. And with what kind of situation we should create, because many times we have students who are not doing well. So what to do? So so thank you so much, Gaurav, for bringing, and can you just enlighten Vikrant on this?
Thank you so much, Nishi ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. And you know, like I said, ma'am, quickly, 10 seconds. It's essentially about students don't really get an opportunity to express. If you look at Sushant and you objectively appraise his interviews, evaluate his interviews, he was a very withdrawn sort of person. So he would not really express himself. So what I'm envisioning through the Super Positivity Club is students get a chance to express themselves, and it not be about accomplishment. You see, somebody could talk about the weather. Nobody talks about, you know, wow, look at the sky outside, it's looking gorgeous. How many of us are talking about it? Not leave aside the students, us. Point is, let some of us express. That's why I said only interested students and teachers be a part of this, and then they create that movement of super positivity within the school. If it's about Vikrant, then it'll be limited. But if it's for the students and by the students, they'll be autonomous.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I will get in touch with you.
Last question, Rakesh Bhatia, and then we are done with this. Yeah. Rakesh ji.
All right, Gaurav sir. Thank you very much. Okay, I hope so. Right. It is really very nice to see you on screen, sir. I just want to ask one last question to you. What is your source of inspiration for the super positivity? Thank you very much.
Excellent question, sir. It is the universe, infinity. So essentially, very simply, if I were to put, I just have a very conscious awareness that I come from infinity. I am a manifestation of infinity, as we say, the universe in human form. So I have to act commensurately, act in accordance to that awareness. So once my awareness is so expanded, then I cannot act limited. So if it is just a humanistic inspiration, a lot of people inspire me. Everybody inspires me. You all inspire me. So I'm like an open source software. Everything inspires me. And it's an open source growing software. So an open source software is not meant to be absolute. It is meant to be absolutely growing. So that is the message that I reach out to the world with. Don't stop. Don't stop yourself. Don't stop the flow of life. Keep growing forevermore, and lead this world to the new heightened normal, not just your school, lead the world to the new normal.
Thank you, Vikrant. Wonderful deliberation, very positive. And as I said, okay, you have to correct me, super positivity, sorry, not very
there
positive.
You go. Thank you. Thank you.
Gaurav, can I ask my question? Because of some technical issue, I was not able to correct in between. Vikrant, a quick question, because half of that has been addressed by Mr. Sarkar just now.
Fast, ma'am, we don't have time, quickly.
Yeah, right, sir. Vikrant, can you provide us with, in this present scenario of COVID, motivational stories of Indians? Because you have got a hell lot of, foreigners and the videos which are being talking about the things happening outside our country, wherein we have got
Sorry, ma'am, your voice is got muted.
No, I think there's some problem at her end on the network side, which is why she's getting disconnected.
Is it fine? Can you hear me now, sir?
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
My only small suggestion to you is, if you can come up with something online, motivational stories, untold stories of Indian heroes, that will be a great service to the nation and to the student community at large. You can have examples of Deepa Malik, right? The unsung heroes I'm talking about. Nowadays, yeah.
Certainly, ma'am. Certainly, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I would rather like to broad base it that leaders is across the universe. One has to go in broad-based leadership at an international level. So I would love to talk about Martin Luther King Jr. as well. I would love to hear about him. I would love to hear about Barack Obama. And at the same time, I would love to hear about Mahatma Gandhi.
Gandhi also.
Fair enough. So I personally feel when we are talking about global economy, we should talk about global perspective. Having said this, I think I made my point. Thank you very much, everyone. I will now quickly invite we are at the fag end of this entire program, if I may say. So firstly, my compliments to all of you for staying back. If I can hold you on a Sunday, which means there's some power or super positivity power with us, which could put us together in this format. Trilok ji, बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. विक्रांत को हम लोगों को introduce कर. Sorry, I don't have to use Hindi, by the way, because we are on a platform. There's no translator here. There's no translator here which will immediately translate. So, having said this, thank you, Trilok ji. Thank you very much for the introduction to Vikrant. Obviously, I can see on the group people want to in fact, reach out to Vikrant in a big way. So, all the very best, Vikrant. May you shine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Achieve all the success in the world.
Thank you, Vikrant.
Thank you. Thank you.
Secondly, if I can quickly invite my last two panelists, if I may say. But then before I go there, let me quickly set up this. Firstly, all of you should put your videos on. Let's see how many people, and obviously if you're not taking bath, you can avoid that. Fair enough, but if you're taking bath, you can come on the screen, right? So one thing is for sure, let's have all of you wonderful people who've been with us for the past 2 days, let's have you on screen. First things first. Number two, as I said, what we now want to do is that we want to quickly do a little wrap-up of these 2 days. Very important. Like we also do while we close a chapter, right? We want to do a little, briskly tell us what do you learn during the course of the 2 days, right? So, and that is something which will be done by two esteemed people on the panel, which is our last panel, in fact, which is Mrs. Sita Murthy, who obviously has been the chair, has been helping me in putting this together, and Robert Thorn. Robert Thorn is I think a distinguished leader from Slovakia. He's been with us for a couple of days, in fact. So, but then let me quickly extend this to all of you as well. Which is why I wanted all of you to be on the video, is that let's take this time out and possibly take your opinion into account that what has happened in the 2 days for at least individually for you, say, and we'll obviously not be able to take up all of them, a very large number. And I've not seen all of you even speaking for that matter, so don't worry. I understand that there is a reservation there in terms of speech. So what we'll do is, I also can see Dr. Stephen Harris is also there with us, so I think we had that liberty that I will also involve him because not only was the session well taken, but he's been with us throughout the day, which is the 2 past day. Before we go into Mrs. Murthy, Robert Thorn, and Stephen Harris, who will help me navigate through this phase, I would like to thank few people because that's important. Putting up something of this nature is not really possible. I can do this, so I am just the face of it. There are people who are working behind me who make me look smarter in front of all of us, largely, right? So it's a wonderful team, which is, I will quickly name them. Obviously, we are recording them, so they'll feel a little more motivated, though they are not around here. They are tirelessly working. So Pooja, Homa, Priya, Muskan, these are all there are young and new interns which are working with me. Pankaj is my CEO. I'm not sure if he's here. Pankaj, are you there, Pankaj? No, he is sleeping, possibly. So anyway, so Pankaj, who's my CEO, he's been an integral part of this entire thing in putting us together. Obviously, I cannot thank enough all the speakers who made this session so relevant for us. One thing is to get on Zoom but to stay on Zoom for 2 days is an important task largely, right? So one thing I always say is there is no skill set needed to organize a Zoom webinar. No skill set needed at all to organize a webinar on Zoom, but there is a definite skill set needed to engage audience for that matter. So for that, I personally believe I should be thanking all my speakers who were absolutely apt. They kept their timing in view. No one exceeded. They were generous enough. They were joining us from very different timelines. I'm sure Mr. Stephen, Dr. Stephen, in fact, it must be somewhat 9 or 10 in Australia right now, but he's still glued with us. That's a huge thing for that matter. So my sincere thank you to each one of you from the different part of the world who has been with us. Though you have, majority of them have not spoken. I see Hadil Damoor ma'am. She's been with us, but she has not spoken a word. But having said this, I don't want to get, yeah, good to see you. You're waving now. You want to speak something? Which country are you from? Yeah, which country are you from? Unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Yes, how are you?
Fine, fine. It's been a long time since I was raising my hand, trying to talk.
Okay.
Yes, okay. So I would like just to point out something that has relevant, and maybe it's a combination also.
Firstly, where are you from?
My name, yes, my name is Hadil Damoor. I'm from Jordan. Maybe I think
wow.
I'm the only participant from Jordan, maybe. Yes. Yeah, I've been a principal in some international schools in Jordan.
Lovely.
And I've been teaching in governmental remote area schools also, plus the private school. Yes.
Lovely.
Now, my question might be general.
Please.
Because, the theme is combined and centered on schools, teachers, and the process of the online teaching itself as a system.
Correct.
Yeah, I can see a gap that is created maybe unintentionally, which would create obstacles that has to be solved and cured. Am I audible?
Request for a moment, please. Everyone else,
Hello?
can you please, hold on, ma'am. Hold on, just for a moment. Everyone else, please mute yourself.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, please mute yourself. Yeah,
okay.
Please let our friend from Jordan speak right now. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, okay. I feel that there is a gap that is created unintentionally, which would create obstacles that has to be solved and cured before spreading. We have a stratification actually in learning, which is leveling, in a way that learning through using developed systems and highly quality devices would be for those who have money, we can say, in our developing world. Yeah, or those lucky enough to be to have the chance to be to have been learning in advanced countries.
Correct.
Yeah, and on the other hand, we have learning with a low level quality, or we can even less for children in poor developing countries also that faced the exceptional difficult circumstances.
Correct.
Such as the armed conflicts, for example, or occupation from military barracks countries.
Correct.
Yeah. Not to mention also countries and schools and the humanitarian asylum.
Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Plus the phenomenon of child recruitment also. Yeah. All of which violates the human rights conventions, right? And the most important, the Convention of the Rights of the Child, the right in education, in health and security. So in such dilemmas for the category, which is a high percentage, that these really form a high percentage, who can we guarantee, how, my question is, how can we guarantee fairness and how can we reach to their simplest rights, which is learning?
Correct.
How can we manage? I want to say that this is a combination of global, we can say, meeting that we can make benefit by making a recommendation.
Correct.
Yes, a recommendation.
Correct.
To take a look at this category. This category needs, and it is a really high percentage, and we have to have focus on them.
Absolutely,
yes.
Absolutely. Firstly, thank you very much. As I said, I've been seeing you, but then I saw that
I tried to wave many times.
Okay, but that's not the wave which works here. That's a different way. The virtual wave has to work for you. Anyway, never mind. Never mind. Thank you. I could hear you. That's the important part. Over to Mrs. Murthy. Please take it over, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah.
So Sunday afternoon, after a super positivity session, I can see there are 263 school leaders as of now on this platform. That itself is super positive. That itself is a promise that the world is in safe hands. It speaks about how many people are wanting to build their capacities, build their knowledge, understand what else they can do to make a difference to this world, to the children in their schools, to the teachers in their schools. So a big round of applause to all the school leaders who are on this platform right now. It is the greatest evidence to say that destiny of a nation begins in its classrooms, and destiny of the world begins in its classrooms. And today, all of you are proving it beyond evidence. Okay, so congratulations to all of you that you have sustained 5 hours of virtual conference yesterday, another 5 hours today, which speaks about your own resilience, your own positive spirit, your own positive energy. Okay, we don't need to hear anything more than knowing that you're all here to want to learn, to want to give to your schools and to your teachers. However, all conferences, all panels have so many perspectives, so many ideas that when we make a note and go back home, or in your case, you're already home, okay, when you look back at them, you keep wondering, why did I make a note of this? In what connection did the speaker say this? What is the background or the foreground of this? So this roundup session, I think, is largely for us to revisit, for us to probably once again think of it in a different perspective, and then end this or conclude this conference with that note that we had a fruitful time on 27th and 28th of June, which all of us said on the Facebook loudly, IPN Voyage, I am there. IPN Voyage, I am there. So Robert Thorne, I welcome you to this session. While listening to everybody, I went through your websites, I went through your LinkedIn, and I really loved all the questions you shared on them, that you want your learners to be truly learners, contact me. And I really want to hear from you, Robert Thorne. What is it that you do to make real learners? And let all the school leaders here get some ideas from you about the work you do. Please speak now.
Right, thank you. Yes, well, actually, what Ms. Hadil was saying, I think is very important. That's something I haven't quite got to, those children in day. It can be extended down there. I really love Mr. Vikrant's idea that, you know, where's this inspiration coming from is connected to the infinite universe. Well, in a way, that's very similar to what we're saying. So we're saying that the answer lies within us. And if you look back at, so I was in a conference one in Hyderabad, in an IB conference, and some young, I don't know, Westerner was dancing around explaining some new approach. And this very refined principal stood up, this lady, she stood in her sari, and she said, "But you don't understand, young man, this doesn't work in our tradition." And I said to her, "It does work in your tradition, it doesn't work in my tradition." Because she was talking about the tradition that we left behind as a British person, we left behind in India, and you guys took it on. But in the old way of teaching, it does work because it comes from the heart. And this is really important. And it's whatever situation, and this is the difference also between when we talk about entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial spirit. It's the spirit that you've got to grab. It's the being able to go into any situation and understand, try and understand the situation as best as possible, identifying the opportunities and perhaps the things that might harm you, to be able to deal with those things. Now, I ask parents I ask parents and teachers, what do they think young people really need for these times to be successful, to be happy in life, to maximize the chances of those two things? And they always come up with the same things. And it's, if you're an IB teacher, you'll recognize the 10 learner profile things, but they're basically collaborating, be able to work together, communicate well, to take risks, to ask questions, to do all of these things like this, to learn through reflection, to get stronger through failure or difficult times. I like the word anti-fragility because it means you bounce back, you're not just resilient and stay the same. And they come out. So I've been to many different cultures, very different cultures, but they all come out the same. They say young people really need to develop these things, these attributes. And that tells me something, because it's all the same. It means these are the human attributes, the attributes of humans, the things that we are born with. In every culture, we have them. So a Japanese person understands collaboration, a British person understands collaboration, an Indian person understands collaboration, but in their minds, they're quite different. The way they do them is very different, but they understand what they are. So the spirit of these things is there. And then you ask the teachers and the parents, how many of you are actually helping young people develop these things? And then they all look very ashamed. Either they looked ashamed and say, we don't. Even the art teacher, I remember when the art teacher was on just now, and one lady said about the art books, teaching from the art books. The art teacher in Japan, for example, said, no, they all pointed to him and said, you teach creativity. And he said, no, I don't, because I'm teaching from this book and it's not creative at all. We're really missing the point. And so my organization tries to bring this out in any situation. Now, I'm just starting with sort of older primary kids. A friend is going to be joining me to deal with younger kids, how we start this off, and taking this through to school children. But I've had people asking me from universities about it. People who are interested, who are in business. It's how do you develop these things? If you go to the bookshop, you find in the business section, there are all these attributes. Obviously, later in life, people have realized that people need to develop collaboration, communication, all of these things. So, we're not teaching the right thing at school. So we can't go and wait for private schools, every kid to be able to go to a private school, or private schools to even change, or the state school to be able to change so quickly. And so what I'm doing is saying, let's look at what we do, and let's look at what we do in our school, in our work, and let's identify the opportunities that we have in what we have to do. So if the government says you must teach this and this and this towards these tests, well, in doing that, what opportunities do we have during the day to be able to get kids to develop their collaborative skills, or to communicate in different ways, or to be able to listen, or to be able to reflect? How do we hold on to their curiosity? And the thing that I've noticed most is that in the last maybe 20 years or 15 years that I've been seeing things happening in India, is that people have gone from from not so many people talking about these things to a lot of people talking about these things. Now, the thing that I see is missing is the language. Are we getting our language right? Are we being, so one person said, there's no need for assessment. up till year 5 or something like that. Well, of course there is, but what she meant was the assessment, as in written assessment, paper and pen and that sort of thing. But it's if we have a language in which we can communicate about developing learners, the people that we want for the future, then we can start to have a handle on it. Then we can start to develop it. If I know myself, that means I know how to describe myself as a learner. Can your kids talk about their level of curiosity? Can they talk about the level of collaboration? Can your community talk about the levels of trust within the community? So where we start is we start by looking at the learning community. I won't go on too long. I know I'm going on a bit. But we start with the learning community, and there was a person quite a while ago talking, Peter Singh, and he talked about the learning organization. Well, I took some of those ideas and looking at the learning community. And we look, first of all, at the levels of trust in your community. And how do we improve on those? And that's trust between all different parties. And you have it seems that there's a problem of trusting kids to not cheat. Okay, so what is that?
I'm glad you brought it up. I'm so glad. I'm sorry, getting into what you are sharing right now. But I guess what it speaks about is a learning culture. Okay.
Yes.
Learning culture. It's a
well, so actually, there's something.
If you remember, Ken Robinson had given a talk. He'd written a book, "To School Skill Creativity." I always said one thing: schools don't kill creativity; systems kill creativity.
Exactly. So, poor Ken, he doesn't get it right every time.
Yeah, the schools, if they feel like in Hindi, I for the first time using Hindi, neki or puch puch we say. It means if you want to do something good, no system will stop you. Okay, yes. It is the culture, it is the school leadership, their belief system that makes a huge difference. It's not the system. We all of us live in a system. We have to follow the norms of the system. But while following the norms, how do we create a positive system, positive culture, positive process in the school, and identify that purpose for which we are leading the school? Exactly. And what are we doing? I'm so glad you brought it up like this. And I was thinking if we can start. Sorry, Robert. Sorry. Yeah.
In my language, that would be approach.
Approach. Yeah.
Because people are getting things. There's all sorts of different systems and different gadgets and different technologies. But if you have the wrong approach, then all of these things are for nothing. So we go through the trust. The levels of trust, communication, and collaboration. And if we get those 3 things right, you can get your team to develop a shared working vision. Now, what I mean is not the vision you have on the front of your page of your school website, but the vision that you're working to. And once everybody has that vision in your school, whether they can follow it or not, some people are very set in their ways, but if they're pointing in the right direction, your school can move forward. And it's because I can see people have got the words, but it's how to do it next, how practically to do it next. And I think that's what you were saying, like at the beginning. People they've written lots of things down. What are they going to go? They're going to go back to their school, and the school will push them back into the same way of doing things. Sorry, I finished.
I know, many takeaways from conferences or panel discussions has been, my own experience, I must say, that when we listen to different people from different countries, different contexts, we should go with this positive attitude that what is possible, what is not possible for me, what is relevant, and what is it that I can bring from this talk or from this experience is something we as school leaders have to determine. Because I know when I went to Sydney to visit Dr. Stevens' Sydney Center for Innovative Learning, I know I can't bring the technology, that infrastructure, but I know that I can bring those ideas and customize it into my school context. But that's something that we as school leaders have to find our own way. So, Gaurav, I think what I'll do is I'll start recapping from the session 1 that we did
Absolutely.
yesterday.
Absolutely.
And what are the takeaways? Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So I think the IPN Voyage had really kick-started well with your context, setting the context. And we had some power-packed session with Dr. Vanita Uppal and Raghav from Podar. The opinions that were shared by both of them, I noted down just a few lines from that. When Vanita Uppal said content is not the king anymore. Okay, it resonated so well with so many people here. Everybody showed their hand saying that we agree with you. And when she talked about the skills and approaches to learning which become the kings now, and I think all of us have to begin to see that avenue more than looking at the content delivery. There's another interesting thing which she said: emotion is the gatekeeper of all cognitive learning. And one more panelist also talked, Amrita Burman, I think, who said that how you create the emotional climate in your schools, how you make it positive, how you don't make the content as the holder of the student, but your interaction and your relationship with the student. I think that's a very profound statement that she made. Enabling students to become best version of themselves, whether online or offline. I think for all of us, that's a mission that we will have to look at. Collaborate and not isolate, even in online learning. I'm sure like in Zoom, even Google Meets, Microsoft Teams, they're all enabling breakout sessions, which is something that we can still work on in building collaboration amongst the students. And it was nice when Lee Dabajia said, see this as an opportunity and not as a setback. This entire COVID-19 and this pandemic that we are going through now, see this as an opportunity and not as a setback. And what Raghav said was the most profound thing. He said, these are defining moments in the century probably. And in these defining moments, we school leaders, what we do, what we don't do, will be talked about for years to come. And if we don't take that flight to be proactive, and if we are only reactive and are only working on quick fixes and first aids, I think we'll be cursed. But if we are proactive, we will be talked about that here are the harbingers of a new wave of education, although online. I think Raghav was very, very profound in what he shared. And then we had the keynote by Dr. Shiva Kumari, the Director General of IB. It is not every day that we get to hear from her, although I'm an IB school leader, I'm an IB workshop leader. I have never heard her so leisurely other than in the annual conferences that we go to. What she was trying to talk about is the methodology, the student-centric approach, and how the learner profile, as Robert just mentioned, the 10 attributes of a learner profile. If you build these attributes in children, the purpose of education is fulfilled and realized. IB stands for that, and all of us who are working in the IB schools have taken up IB program not because it's an international program, because it makes children into caring, wonderful human beings. And that is exactly what she shared. So we should all be very proud. All the women on this panel right now, she is the first woman Director General of IB, which is a male bastion, but how she made it for the last so many years, she's carrying forward the flag of IB. And I'm sure many of us will be proud of that because she is a global leader. And the highlight of the day yesterday was a student panel. Each one of you should be so proud that we have such wonderful students in our classrooms. Their confidence, their clarity, and their communication speaks about volumes about their teachers, their schools, their parents, and also speaks about all the school leaders who ask them questions. I'm so glad you asked them such wonderful questions that they could respond. This also speaks about another culture. How do you get the best from children? How do you get what you want to hear or what they want to share? So I think that was a beautiful session, the highlight of the entire IPN Voyage. And later the panel, which was beautifully moderated by Kavita. I think Priya Sangwan made a beautiful statement which sums up that entire panel. Intent is more important. Nothing can be more profound than saying that as to why are we doing it? Why did Gaurav do this IPN Voyage? Why are we all sitting here in this IPN Voyage on a Sunday afternoon? Our intent is what is making us do things. When we lead schools, what is our intent? Why are we doing this? Why are we not doing it? Our intent, if it is clear, I give this entire credit to Priya Sangwan for putting it in such a profound, simple statement. And then I think Gaurav called it a day finally. It was the first time I saw him tired. And then we moved to day two. And day two, I think day two, WhatsApp group of the final IPN Voyage was being bombarded with messages for Dr. Stephen Harris because his keynote has set fire in our imagination, fire in our spirit, that there's so many wonderful things an educator can do. And he has given a design, a direction, a guidance to it. And look at his, I mean, I was already sharing with Gaurav while watching the presentation, how beautifully he built the context and made us feel so comfortable by using all pictures from Indian context. I think Dr. Stephen, you were a class apart. And I'm so very happy that you were here with us today. And he has started sharing the pictures of all his presentations soon after that. And he had the time to respond to each and every message. I think that was very profound. It speaks about how we as educators need to have that, that relationship, need to maintain that relationship with everyone that we deal with. That was beautiful. And then we had the panel on assessment, where Robert also made his observation. Assessment is a culture, and there are three things that we always talk about. When you are doing an assessment, the first question is why, okay? Is assessment for learning, assessment of learning, assessment as learning? Now, of learning is whatever you have taught is what you want to test. But you can always create assessment for more learning and assessment for, I mean, as learning also. There are three different routes to do your assessments. And there was a good debate, good discussion. Each panelist shared so wonderfully. As you rightly observed, Robert, there's nothing called up to grade 5 or up to grade 12. In any grade level, assessments is when you as a teacher, you as an educator decide why you want to do that assessment. What is it you want to know that you know, whether the students have learned what you taught or not. And then, of course, we went on to this session by the global teacher, Andrea. I think how she started it with art, made art, it actually brought to the forefront of all education. The way she brought in art, the way she talked about, why can't art be in trigonometry? Why can't it be in algebraic equation? And it is so simple as that, because it's a paradigm shift. If we look at art as a book in which children do some coloring, where you give a choice, then art remains to be a subject. But art is an expression that comes from our heart. So I think I'm so glad seeing Andrea's session. It was such a heartwarming session for me personally. And yes, after that we had one more session. And then lastly, when we concluded it with super positivity and that the universe is the only motivator, I think we have a lot of lessons to take from each session, and each one sharing their questions, each one bringing their points. These panels and these keynotes have been the best experiences in the last 2 days, which will stay with us for coming days. Gaurav had already shared yesterday that we will now start looking at collaboration, because some of you shared that why don't we share our teachers too? Yes, why not? Who says no? Because we have 4 schools and in 3 different cities. We're already planning that our teachers in Bangalore will teach our students in Vizag, our teachers in Vizag will teach our students in Hyderabad. So why can't we do that also? So I think, Gaurav, we can build this IPN Voyage where we hear from Robert, our teachers will hear from Robert, our teachers will hear from somebody else from Andrea. I think this will be a wonderful platform, because the best thing about virtual platforms is you don't have to travel anywhere. And you just can sit at home, you can eat your lunch, have your cup of tea, and probably dress as comfortably as you can and still meet the world. So this has been a mind-boggling experience, Gaurav. A big kudos to you for putting it together. big kudos to everybody for making it so live with your contributions and with your questions. Gaurav, over to you with a big round of applause.
No, thank you. And obviously, no pun intended, but you can join without even taking a bath as well, for that matter, right? So that's the beauty of being online. So having said this, thank you, Mrs. Murthy. Thank you, everyone who was part of this IPN Voyage journey. And as you rightly pointed out, the idea is to not stop here. The idea is to start from here, actually. So we're actually starting on a greater voyage, if I may say. This is just I love the term voyage, and which is why I use the term voyage for IPN Voyage. And I think when I had shared with you very initially, you told this sounds perfect for the sort of a deliberation, because a lot of us internally were thinking, how does it really connect with education? I said, no, I said, not everything needs to connect with education. It has to be a little more profound than that. So having said this, as you pointed out very aptly, leaders, our idea is to make this truly a global exchange platform. That is the idea. I've been historically a little ambitious in my approach, so it will remain that way. That's my DNA, if I may say. So we will not stop here. This is just a start. And in fact, I should give it a straight direction. I want the teachers of Jordan, I think, Habil, if you're still there, we should collaborate with your school, because I think you're a wonderful leader. The way you sticked around, you could have chosen to be not with us, for that matter. That shows the commitment as a leader you have, because there are not many leaders from India who are joining this, and you can still join it from Jordan. That's the beauty of it, right? So I think I usually regard people for their commitment and their, I think, tenacity as an attitude. I would love to really work with Mr. Robert, Mr. Stevens, for that matter. These are all, in fact, Lalita, Zambia. So Zambia is in east of Africa, very near to Mozambique, as you were saying, Central Africa. It's not in Central Africa. It's in south of Africa. So having said this, I wanted to just correct you on that. When you said Central Africa, I went on checking where is Zambia exactly. So you are neighbor to Zimbabwe, Mozambique, I believe, right? So I did my quizzing bit there. So having said this, yeah, Habil.
Yes, Hadil, D, with D, yeah. Okay, yeah. Can we, before going out from this, like having a general recommendation, because it's really a great gathering, global gathering. Can we go out with a certain recommendation that went out from the IPN meeting, or to implement a hashtag with a certain theme that we can agree upon?
Very nice.
I think it's
a
great idea, yeah. And wonderful can be generalized.
Wonderful
yes.
idea.
Yeah.
IPN is all about what IPN members make out of it. And hence you are making what IPN is. That's the beauty of being collaborative, right? We'll do that. We'll do that. Yes, and in fact, we will pull you in. We will ask you a lot of questions. Yes. So,
okay.
So we'll do that. Absolutely a good point. I have noted, I usually do not note many things, but this is something which I can note down. So very important point. Top 10 takeaways, top 50 takeaways for that matter, or whatever the number is. I and Mrs. Murthy and other leaders can work on that for that matter. And let's crowdsource it. Let's crowdsource it and get the best out of it eventually going out, if I may say. Okay. So good idea, Hadil. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's right. Before we close this, I have to quickly thank these two girls from my team, whose name I missed out, and Pankaj is also now with us. So in pillars. So if I do not thank them, I should not be doing justice to the summit. One is Priya Arora. Priya is an intern with me, so she's just internship with us. She's an IIM India graduate, and she's actually a BHU product, a very diligent girl. So people who are from India would know the sort of a pedigree she comes from, but very, very good, very hardworking girl. The entire foreign delegation is actually coming through her effort. He did everything day in and day out. Where is Priya? Priya, you there?
That's great.
Priya, come on the video.
Yeah.
Yes, there she is.
Yes,
very well done. Good job.
Thank you.
Very hardworking girl, though she'll be with me for only 1 more month, which is after her internship. But I will ensure once she graduates from IIM Indore, I will hire her for sure. That's the commitment I can give, provided she comes with me. Then obviously Pankaj is a very integral part of IPN. He is my right hand, if I may say. He's like a brother. So without him, it is not possible. Pankaj, if you're there, quickly come on the screen.
Hey.
And I'm sure he was sleeping. So if you have woken up, come.
No, Gaurav, I was not sleeping, but just to be very frank, I just took a quick break.
Yes, I know you took a break and you slept. Never mind. So Pankaj is very important to IPN Uplog. You will keep hearing a lot from Pankaj as well. And last but not the least is Akanksha from my team. I'm sure she's around. Akanksha, if you can come on the screen. Homa, if you're there, Homa is one of my first employees. In fact, and she still works with me after 5 years. So these are my pillars, and I keep saying to you guys that I am as good as what my colleagues make me look smart in front of you, if I may say. Right? Where is Akanksha?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Where are you?
Good. Well done. We regularly get the updates from her.
Yes, absolutely. Very diligent girl and
Thank you so much.
Girl. And she is subject to the most bashing from my side. In fact, she is the one. Nevertheless, thank you very much, every one of you. And as I said, we are a family. This is an extended family in you all. And this is just a start, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not let this be a beginning, and let's possibly keep meeting very often. And whenever we are back, we should be relevant to each other at the end of the day. Thank you very much. Take care.
Congratulations, Gaurav. Very well done.
Everyone, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sita, it was wonderful. The way you did. Sita was wonderful, the way she spoke.
Without Mrs. Murthy, she is, as I said, Mrs. Murthy.
Thank you.
Actually, very, very instrumental.
You are highly eloquent.
Thank you, Gaurav. You are really
Thank you so much, sir.
assiduous in selecting on. Yeah.
Thank you,
Gaurav, for keeping
everyone. Take care, everyone.
Thank
you, Gaurav.
Thank you, Gaurav, sir.
Stay safe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for making us students again.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.